Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Forts Pro League. Today we're going to be kicking off with the playoffs. I know you guys have been looking forward to this, and it has been a great open season so far. I've loved how much you guys have enjoyed all those wonderful videos that have been coming up throughout the open season. We have more content just like that starting out right now, as today we're going to be kicking off with Team 1 Baguette Munchers versus the Monkey Air Force. The quarterfinals, Season 3 of the Forts Pro League. I want to say welcome to everyone who's stopping by so early as we are just getting started here. Shout out to everyone in chat. We have many streams going live right now. You can check out the same matches out on Twitch. We do have, I believe it should be on Salzwerk's channel. He's going to be broadcasting these very same matches in the native German tongue. And before we get properly started, I do want to shout out to Anati, who's been putting together the entire process, as we have quite the beautiful presentation today. It's going to be a good time all around.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to this. I'd like to say hello, everyone. I'm Nodes, one of the devs from Earthwork Games and working on Forts, and yeah, I can't be more excited to see how these quarterfinals play out.
Yes, it is going to be. I'm super excited for this. What is it? I did a video release yesterday of one of the more grueling matches. What was a 50-minute match for a single round? It was amazing.
That's amazing.
It was.
Yes.
It was exhausting just watching it, but there were so many wonderful moments, and I truly hope we get many more moments like that as we go into these playoffs here.
Yes, it was the longest match ever in the whole season so far.
It was absolutely grueling and filled with the best kind of stuff. So make sure to check that out. And if you guys want to see more missions, more maps, more rounds just like that, well, you've come to the right place. All right, looks like we're getting the first players into the lobby as we get going and set up for the live broadcaster.
Seems the cat herding never seems to cease.
It never does. It never does. You know, that's just one of the things we do, just to make sure we get the most up-to-date live ones going. Because otherwise, it's just casting from replay, and you know, it doesn't have the same vibe. It doesn't have the same experience, the same hype when you know the event has already happened. No, we're bringing it to you live. We're bringing it to you real. You guys can chant and give active support to your favorite team. Let them know.
And Curses, are you familiar with these teams that have ended up in the quarterfinals? What do you think? Are you not surprised by this lineup?
I am not surprised by this lineup at all, especially Monkey Air Force and Baguette Munchers, which 42 scientists pointed out to us earlier that there are in fact no French players on the Baguette Munchers team, which means that they're really just hoping to munch the baguettes of the other opponents, which has connotations. So that's funny. And of course we have Monkey Air Force, who's with Eaton, and Eaton, as we all know and love, has, or know and love, or love to hate, one of the two. He's very good at the video game, and it's
Yep, he is.
kind of difficult to see him being anywhere but toward the top, and that's where they are right now.
Yeah. Classic.
I know, right? At this point, it's becoming classic. He's been around for quite some time. Now there's a few teams. All the teams here are either comprised of players that we've seen in this position before, or have are teams that have been here before. You recognize Team Greenleaf, Team Westwind, same teams from the last season. Close cannon support, fortified, baguette, munchers, monkey air force. I mean, it's all the same players. Most of the newer players have been weeded out through the open
I
season.
think. Would you say skill gap is maybe some?
Yes,
Some new
Skillgap is not
players?
really
Yes.
a team I have heard of before.
Yes, and it is nice to see some newer blood in the in making it this far, because we always have newer players that join in. It is rare to see them be newer and make it this far. Usually it takes a couple iterations, a couple attempts to make it this far. So it is nice to see. It's rare to see, is what it is.
Yeah.
Newer blood to be shed.
Yes, there's blood to be shed.
Yeah.
And shed it will be. What is it? Team Doorsnip was the primary culprit of the disgustingly long match.
Exactly. Yes.
So we'll see if they. I'm not unconvinced that they did this on purpose for the sole motivation of wearing out their opponents and for no other reason. We'll see. We'll see if they keep that up. You know, it is a legitimate tactic. Just, wear the opponents down.
Hopefully they had time to recover.
Yes, they are going to. They've had some time, I hope. I mean, the mental is a little bit of a different game, but the match I released, the match I displayed on the channel yesterday was played some time ago. We shall see how this. I'm excited. I'm just excited to see how this goes. And hey, chat, you know what's amazing? I'm actually doing the camera work this time, which means I don't want to hear you complaining about the camera work. That's not true. I want to hear you complaining about the camera work if you need to complain about the camera work. But I will be there. I know you guys I know that makes you guys happy. Alright, chat. So who do you think... It's a good time to do a poll. Which team do you think will be taking victory in this set? At least in this upcoming round.
Looks like we got our pick and bans.
Yes, we are currently doing the pick ban phase. I am tempted to misspell baguette again, just to see what happens.
Please don't.
You can't tell me what to do.
I know.
The best part about it is if I misspell something, it makes people mad, which makes people watch it more. And if I don't misspell something, then I feel good because then I'm just being professional and not misspelling things. It's like there's no way for me to do that incorrectly. Which is just the ideal
You can
situation.
just pretend it was on purpose.
More or less, yes. And say, oh no, I wasn't doing this at 5 a.m. on 0 hours of sleep in the past 48 hours.
Obviously.
It was obviously on purpose. It's beautiful. No French in the baguettes team. No French in the baguettes team. The Doorsnip versus Gyat was one of the best matches you've ever seen. It was certainly an extremely good match. It's one of the few matches where I've actually done a slow-mo replay of an event which wasn't a core destruction. That's rare. That is quite rare, and that's just the joy of when you get actually good and relatively evenly matched teams and competitors onto the field. All right, so it looks like we're just waiting on the players to get over here.
Yes, I am trying my best to threaten them into joining the lobby.
Threaten them to join in the lobby. That sounds about right. Can someone explain pick and ban? We have a fairly, I'm going to describe it as standard pick and ban system. You do a coin flip. One team gets one team gets to choose first, and they get to do ban ban 2 maps, and then the next team picks 2 maps, and then you just go back and forth picking and banning until there are a select few maps remaining. This is a best of 5, I believe.
This is best of 3 for the quarters.
For the quarters, it's still best of 3. Okay, so we have 2 maps that get picked. 1 map that is 3 maps that get picked out of the pool. All the other maps are every map is either directly chosen in a pick or banned and left over. We do the same thing with the commanders, where a number of commanders are chosen or banned, and then the teams are allowed to select their commanders within their pool. If you're familiar with other more competitive games compared to League of Legends, Counter-Strike, such, it's very, very similar, very much so the same system.
Just waiting on one more player. Apparently their computer crashed.
Technical difficulties.
Bad timing.
I'm just happy that technology has played well with us so far.
So far.
So far. Don't jinx it.
Well, I guess while we're here, can we maybe take a guess? We can make an early guess as who's going to make it to the end out of
Well, now you see, if I say that, then it's going to skew people's attempts to vote from who they want to win. Because you see what I'm doing is I'm asking chat and putting it up on a poll that you guys can lock in your votes on who you want to see win. And I don't want to be biased here. I would never have any kind of bias for or against specific players. Oh Lord.
Yeah, understandable.
How could you? All right, the players are here. That means that we're about to be jumping into the action. Technical difficulties have been resolved. So we should be ready to go in a moment. All right. We have another question from chat. So they choose all the maps at the best of 3? Yes. We have a pool of maps that is selected within the competitive season, and the players via the pick ban system will be choosing all the maps which are played. 2 maps are chosen, and the 3rd map is indirectly chosen by virtue of banning every other map. The poll is kind of close. It is kind of close. I know many of you want to see the Titan himself get felled.
I don't know. I always root for the underdog myself.
You see? That's what makes it fun. Especially when the underdog wins. Which happens all the time in Forts, and that makes me happy.
Yes.
Buzzsaw out of nowhere because someone decided to sell off their foundations again.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
Are the teams correct here?
Yes, the teams are correct.
Yes, the teams are correct.
We are only waiting for them to ready up and maybe choose their strategy.
As in the sides of the teams is correct?
Yes. The sides are
Yes.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
As per the pick and bans, they are on the right sides.
Okay. Excellent.
All right. I'm super excited. Noahs, how is your ping stronger to Germany than it is to you? Okay. I'm just noticing difference in pings here.
Yeah. Australia.
Yeah.
Australia is pretty far.
Very far.
Mm.
All right. The players are readying up. And then we'll be jumping right into the action. They're still talking strategy. So 3 out of 4 players. Which is interesting connotations, as that means that one of the players is readied up and the other one's yelling at them. Like, why? You're not ready.
Okay.
I thought I was bad at spelling. Sorry, I get that, but not showing. Why are you like this?
Here we go.
And we're off.
Finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 1 of this best of 3. It's going to be a good time. So here we have on the left-hand side, Team Baguette Munchers. We facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. It's Team Monkey Air Force. Now this is where things start to get a little bit exciting because, well, Team Baguette Munchers has gone with the Warthog Commander. Warthog Commander is, you guys know it, you love it. Great for the late game play. With the empowered heavy weapons, it makes it so that all your cannons, all your howitzers, all your stronger, heavier hitting weapons, they hit way harder, and it oftentimes throws players off, because especially in the higher caliber players, will make defenses that are specifically and optimally defended against a very precise amount of damage. You know, if your opponent can only have 1 cannon out at a very specific time, why build a defense that can hold 2 cannons? Well, the answer is because Warthog exists. Because Warthog with the empowered cannon takes that 1 cannon and makes it 1.5 cannons, more or less. Suddenly, that defense that was meant to hold 1 just doesn't anymore, and that's a problem. Now, on the other hand, Team Monkey Air Force is playing Spook. Spook doesn't have any super strong specialities. Instead, its strongest gimmick is that it steals resources from the opponents. So your opponent has economy and you just take it away. It does have other things, such as its ability to see into the enemy's base, just as we do in spectator mode, which is cool, but a lot of times in these upper tier leagues, well, they know do scouting particularly well, so you really don't need spectator level POV into the opponent's base. It's just they're going to know what's happening anyways. Now, Team Baguette Munchers has pretty strongly revealed what they're doing. With the double swarm missile play here, it's gonna be swarm and nuke with energy weapon support. The energy weapon support makes it what's the word I'm gonna use to describe this? It's strong, but it isn't particularly effective at providing consistent damage. It's not cannons. It doesn't have the same kind of effect as multiple heavy laser beams hitting simultaneously. What it does is it uses fire beams to land the nuke, and then the nuke splashes damage across the base, which then allows the plasma beam to deal substantial damage. As you guys are familiar, the plasma beam struggles to actually get significant damage done unless it's a door snipe, or it's following up after plenty of splash damage. Now, the reliance on the nuke to deal the splash damage so the plasma can get through and deal the real damage is what makes it slow down a lot, because relying on that inconsistent nuke damage allows Team 2 to actually mitigate a lot of the potential risk. Mind you, they still have Team 1, Team Baguette Munchers here, left side in the blue, will still have access to Fire Beam, Plasma Beam, which may be getting hit here. A little greedy with it. They leave the Fire Beam exposed, but no sniper follow-up means it survives. You guys know, or you guys may have experienced from the open season, that the Fire Beam Plasma Beam combo is quite capable of dealing critical damage if they're able to focus those beams properly. We'll see if that comes into play here, as we do see heavy weapons being spammed out from Monkey Air Force. Red team getting themselves constructed a cannon in the lower fort and a plasma beam in the upper fort. It's worth noting that Team Monkey Air Force is a little bit behind in the heavy weapons completion rate, at least behind Team Baguette Munchers. The Fire Beam and Plasma Beam combo will be ready to fire from Team Blue before Team Monkey Air Force is ready to reply. But we should see the Fire Beam used here to defend the nuke, and it is. Nuke lands. Ideally, the Plasma Beam would also be ready to follow up after the nuke to penetrate through all this damaged bracing. But they didn't quite have it ready to go, and they just wanted to get the nuke landed the first time, because the nuke alone is extraordinarily damaging, so, you know, if you can get a clean hit, why not? A beautiful cannon round out of helicopter. Firework takes extreme damage, and by extreme damage, I mean they lost all of their turbines, which is pretty devastating for Firework to deal with, mostly because nukes take a lot of energy to fire, and so losing all of your turbines means you cannot be refiring your nuke and most of your damage-dealing weapons with any regularity. The Fire Beam, not needed to get the nuke across, so they simply ignite the nuke. And the follow-up after the nuke lands is enough to eliminate two of helicopters' cannons, which is devastating for Team 2. Partially because Team 2 has just lost a majority of their damage output, partially because Helicopter has been knocked down to 64% HP.
I mean, basically both players have been slowed down significantly.
Yes, they have. The difference is that... Oh, sniper follow-up? And there it is. Plasma beam falls. Alex losing a plasma, and with it, a notable chunk of damage. Not quite as much damage as Helicopter took on the other side. But it is a reply in kind. We'll see the Fire Beam, Plasma Beam combo coming out for Eaton once again. Eaton just bullying with the sniper, which is a very Eaton thing to do. Another fire beam taken out. Are we gonna have... Oh, close. And there it is. Alex loses every single fire beam. So, where Monkey Air Force had taken more damage, I'm going to go ahead and say that Monkey Air Force has officially dealt more damage. The loss of all of Alex's fire beams and all of Alex's energy weapons and heavy weapons in general matches Helicopter. The difference is that, well, the Team 1 hasn't launched their nukes in over a minute now, and that's just due to the energy issues. How do you launch nukes if you don't have the energy to launch nukes? That's the situation they find themselves in. So immediately, Team Blue is reconstructing their fire beams. They're trying to get those active as quickly as possible so they can, once Firework gets the energy situation resolved, they can start firing again. But at this point, Team Monkey Air Force, Team Red, has developed plenty of anti-air, and we're going to get to see it actively used here in a moment. Commander ability is activated. This will empower that nuke for the oncoming launch. And let's see if this nuke makes it across the field.
Doesn't.
Not even close. Lots of damage dealt to the nuke and the missiles, and 0 damage dealt to Monkey Air Force. This is what I was mentioning earlier when I said, hey, this strategy is a bit inconsistent in damage. As much as it is absolutely devastating when you can make it work, the question is, can you make it work? And so far, the answer is no. Loss of those fire beams is all it takes. This time, the fire beam will be available to defend the nuke, so a lot of that anti-air will struggle. Not quite. Firebeam just a little bit late on the cover.
And they
The
have
nuke
enough
is taken
trench
out.
gunners anyway.
Yes. And so that is quite the devastating blow to Team Baguette Munchers, because if they're unable to deal damage, Monkey Air Force is just going to pull away with it. Mind you, Monkey Air Force hasn't had a good opportunity to deal great amounts of damage, mostly owing to the earlier successful deployments of the nuke. Monkey Air Force did lose their weaponry, and all of their weaponry. Question is, will it be enough? A heavy hit. Unfortunately, Team Baguette Munchers doesn't have their plasma beam to follow up, but here you would see a great opportunity. Had Baguette Munchers been allowed to keep their plasma, Eaton would have been in trouble here. The entirety of the front of their base was damaged, broken, ready for penetration, and they just didn't have the tool available to do it. As Eaton looks like they're going to be following up. Fire beam, plasma beam combo. And there it is. Cuts deep. Alex's base wobbling, but it's not collapsing.
The smoke preventing the repairs. That's bad.
Which is always rough to deal with. Helicopter's cannon has officially come back online. Alex should be able to use their fire beam here to defend the nuke. And defended. A heavy hit. Still no plasma beam follow-up. Helicopter's safe for the moment. Or not. As we see Helicopter's cannon once again sniped out. The nuke alone enough to open it up, and with a sniper able to clean up the exposed cannon. Helicopter down to 35% core, which is terrifying, because if they get one more cannon detonation, there's a good chance that core goes with it. Which means Helicopter's in lethal range, even just on a basic door snipe. Which is not the world you want to be in. Eaton over here door camping this fire beam. As the nuke launches. Ooh, it makes it across. That was close. I'm pretty certain Helicopter tried to snipe that nuke with the cannon. Didn't quite pan out. Alex losing one of their fire beams, at least their last fire beam. So they have to reconstruct a new one in the process. Eaton just being an absolute monster with the sniper, just terrorizing Alex over here. Another heavy hit Firework losing their energy production again. They still have enough energy banked up that they will be able to fire their weapons, but ah man, losing your turbines again means again Fireworks going to have to delay firing until those energy production come back online. It's so brutal. Alex's own fog launcher, smoke launcher, causing traumatic mental damage and fire damage to himself.
Psychic damage.
It's a psychic fog damage.
What do you think of the minigun as the AA killer?
It's a good choice. We've seen it a fair few times throughout the Forts Pro League. They have a habit of getting sniped, as Helicopter seems to be trying for right now. I mean, it works pretty well. It tends to work a little bit better than Flak. It's a little rare to see, mostly because it needs an upgrade center in order to work. Those cannons out of Helicopter are just devastating to team Baguette Munchers. Blue team cannot sustain that kind of damage, and it's only a single cannon, by the way.
Ethan has gone up to 2 plasmas and he's basically about to penetrate Alex.
Yes, the double fire beam plasma combo. The only thing Eaton's missing is the energy capacity to fire all that. You may be able to do it if you really elongate
stagger the shots. Yeah.
Yeah, which I think he's kind of sort of doing.
Oh.
Not quite. Not quite. Alex did themselves a favor by putting an energy shield there preemptively. Keeps them alive. Definitely keeps them alive. And Nuke makes it across again. But again, Alex with no plasma beam follow-up. Alex has not been permitted to keep a fire beam alive this entire game, and that's devastating. Is without the fire beam. Oh, is that it?
Not quite.
The core was actually exposed there.
Yes, there was nothing preventing damage, but it just didn't have enough power.
That is rare. That was that's scary. That's a scary moment for Alex there, because that's a eye-opening moment saying, "Hey, my opponent has lethal on the board, and I got lucky," is what that says. The door goes away, and immediately the snipers come knocking. That sounds about right to me. Alright, so Alex is looking to get set up with another plasma. And it's not quite enough. Alex takes fire beam damage, but no direct shot available. Alex does actually have enough defenses and armor to hold off the double fire beam, double plasma beam, as Alex is going up to a third plasma, which is going to change that math a little bit. Definitely doesn't have enough to survive this time. Did have enough to survive this time. I was wrong.
It was just a bit mis-aimed, a bit too low, I think.
Yes.
And now placing a shield, finally.
That should shut this down, and I think Eaton knows that. The nuke barely makes it past launch. Let's see here. Eaton going up to another plasma, adding some mortars, which is going to make a notable difference here.
Yes, especially since neither players on Team 1 are prepared for this.
Not at all. And I'm pretty certain Eaton didn't reveal that they're going mortars, so this is going to come as a surprise to them too. Just surprise! you need anti-air or you're going to die. Also,
Some
you're
changing
just going to
targets.
die. Yes. Eat and changing targets to focus fire onto the lower base. But suddenly mortars, yeah, that'll break shields, and then it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad for team.
But we will
for
soon
blue
be
team
very
here.
lethal, yes. Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah. That's about what I expected here.
Down to 42%.
Yeah, the perfect number.
But a shady 43 from Firework. Oh, never mind.
Why are the snipers?
Never mind.
The core air-cooled for seconds is all that it takes for the snipers to come through. As the mortars are knocking out the energy shields, causing rampant problems, and the lasers punch on through. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Team, Team Monkey Air Force wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well played, very, very well played. Team Monkey Air Force takes it in round 1.
very professionally.
Absolutely. A lot of that came down to, I think, a sniper difference. Yes, please. I think the sniper difference came out to be a pretty substantial factor here. Team 2 with their snipers kind of outclassed Team 1. I don't want to say outclassed, but definitely came out with the advantage, and that made the difference not just in the sniping of this core, but throughout the game, as it enabled Team 2 to completely shut down Team 1's, the blue team's energy weapons. And that set the pace of the game for the entirety of the game. Like, the mortars were so small, all they did is break in energy shields and then more or less be annoying afterward. I guess that's not true. They broke the energy shield, and then in the panic, wind turbines got blocked, and then they did actually manage to break the entire weapon spire. So they did at least as much damage as the heavy lasers did, but they were so quick on the change there. The sniper shots were very, very good.
Hmm.
Alright, Snipers MVP. Snipers absolutely MVP. Right up there with the cannon. That one cannon dealing just catastrophic damage every single time it fired. It was beautiful. Alright, we have it in. Let's see. The next match will be on Wingman. Yeah, that is talking about the snipers again. That is one thing that the Forts Pro that strongly is very strongly favored about the upper tier players. The ability to use snipers to just catastrophic damage. It's when your opponents have to be honest and defensive about everything, it's a very, very different kind of game. Because you can't get away with anything, or the snipers just come for you. It makes a massive difference. All right, looks like we're just about ready to go off into kick off round 2. Baguette Munchers versus Monkey Air Force. I wonder what strategies will be used this time.
The same.
So, probably. Actually, there's a good chance of that.
Yeah.
Warthog is always a good pick. There's a good chance that Team 1 that Baguette Munchers will pick them again just because it's a strong pick. Similarly, Spook doesn't synergize with any single strategy. They're a very generic commander. So you don't, if you're doing generic strategies, Spook is a good one to pick. This also means that you could then use the same strategy and a different commander. And given that Team Monkey Air Force just won their match, or won their round, they don't have to get crazy with it. So they're likely to use a particularly similar, or should I say, generic safe kind of strategy again, meaning they're going to pick another commander that fits well with it. They could go with Warthog as well. There's other commanders. We probably won't see a pinch fist out of them. Probably not even an architect. I forget which commanders were banned here.
Banned were Seep and Armadillo.
Okay. Armadillo. Armadillo has been getting banned a lot.
It's a good commander, yeah. Very good defensive commander.
I think it's the defensive element that makes it
yeah.
that makes it less fun.
Looks like we're ready to go.
All right. Let's do it. The pinch fist, Spook, and Warthog. So I would bet on Warthog for the players. Yep. And there it is.
Warthog
Ladies and
mirror.
gentlemen.
Yes.
We are off. It's a Warthog mirror match. As here we have on the right-hand side, it is Team Baguette Munchers. The sides have been swapped this time, as we're looking to do a little bit of a comeback game. Team Baguette Munchers are down 1. We'll get to see if they manage to make a comeback in this. Now, this is a Warthog mirror match. That does mean that no team has any exceptional advantage in terms of commander choice. It also means that we're to see a particularly standard style match with very little room for random cheese opportunities. Unless someone's gonna go completely crazy with it, which, I wouldn't count, especially Team Monkey Air Force, for going with it. Eaton is known to throw a match or two just to try something wild, but I do expect to see heavy weapons, and that's really about it. We do see swarm missiles.
Surprised by this, yeah. Those swarms are a bit weird.
On this map, I'm not super surprised. The closeness of the forward forts makes nukes and swarms a bit stronger of an option. I'm still surprised to see them a little bit.
Yeah, because at the same time, I would more expect howitzers from Warthog.
Yes, that's the thing. Especially with Warthog, I would expect to see howitzers, because howitzers are the other weapon which is strongly benefits closeness, close proximity. Yeah. So if you get a howitzer, especially a Warthog howitzer out, it's devastating. It's quite devastating. So I'm a little surprised to see the choice of swarms here, but it's not. It's just another option and something I would expect to see out of, I don't know, a pinch fist or any other non-warthog commander. I like the early launch of the swarms. Swarms are known predators of wind turbines everywhere. I'm surprised Eton didn't preemptively defend their turbines because they were well aware that Firework had swarm missiles of their own. It's going to leave some damage out onto Eton there. Eton does manage to defend 2 out of 3 of their turbines, but Fireworks probably just going to fire again and leave Eton out another turbine, especially given that they can launch 2 of them. Eton does, so Firework doesn't have the energy to fire their swarm missiles, owing to Eton knocking out their turbines. That's just turbine difference. Another hit onto Fireworks' turbine as it burns. Only takes a single hit to ignite it and finish it off.
That also means that Eton gets his upgrade center early.
Oh yes, it's a nuke rush, which is not a surprise given the positioning. I'm just still surprised to see nukes instead of howitzers, but I mean, oh no.
Oh.
Helicopter getting greedy and getting buzzsawed.
That is a pretty huge setback.
That is a massive setback, especially when it's only the cost of a single buzzsaw. Helicopter taking not only major internal damage, bringing their core down to 74%, but losing two lasers in the process. So that's not great. Here we see Eton continuing the pressure with the swarms. Takes out another poor innocent turbine. Good damage across both, some turbines lost across the board, but again, swarm missiles are more of those harassment style weapons. I technically consider them more hybrid weapons because they're capable of dealing meaningful base damage when you cluster them up, but they're really not super strong about it. Worth noting that Alex in the rear has gotten themselves set up with the trusty fire beam plasma beam combo, and we'll get to see how well that works. This is one map where the fire beam angles don't work out particularly well for defending the nuke. So they truly are just trying to use that nuke to soften up the base so the fire beam can deal the real damage. And this is effectively the same strategy that Baguette Munchers went for in the previous round. Monkey Air Force doing this following suit. So it's the same strategy across the board for both teams, and we've seen it before. The question is, who implements it better? Right now, Monkey Air Force Team Blue just doesn't have the energy weapon follow-up, owing to a little bit of greed and a buzzsaw punish. However, they do have earlier play on the nukes. Eton successfully landing the nuke unassisted and dealing great damage in the process. Firework down to 86% core and strapped with a hefty repair bill. I'm surprised Eton's wind turbines are still intact. They look like they're just not properly defended. That nuke, that was a decision. So the fire beam, when it ignites a nuke, will cause the nuke to expire. Almost all projectiles, I think the howitzer is the only exception, but with the exception of the howitzer, all projectiles will burn out and disintegrate after a few seconds of being ignited. The nuke has one of the longer burn times. Once the nuke is ignited, it will remain flying through the air for something like 4 seconds?
4 seconds, yes.
4 seconds, yes. If I recall
Swarms
it
are
correctly.
3, yeah.
Yes. So most of the time, if you ignite the nuke it will simply burn out before it reaches the opponent. This map is so close that it does not burn out, which means
Oh,
they can ignite their own nukes and have them empowered and incendiary when they reach the other side. Eaton taking some core damage here. There's an angle on Eaton's core from the laser beams up on high in Alex's base, which is concerning. As the nukes launch again from Firework, looks like they're heading out toward Monkey Air Force once again. Uh-oh.
I'm going through, but not dealing significant damage.
The plasma follow-up punches real deep. It's not enough. Alright, so at this point, Team Monkey Air Force is just about to bring their plasma beam online. That should enable them to deal substantial damage, or at least penetrative damage, against their opponents here, which is the goal, the primary element of the strategy. Right now, the nuke alone is enough to deal massive damage. Firework down to 60% HP, and only one turbine. Honestly, and in a bit of a surprise twist, the nuke alone out of Eaton is enough to deal massive damage to the red team here. So
Yeah.
typically you kind of have to rely on the lasers to deal the punchy damage through it, but right now they're managing to get counterintuitive amounts of damage with just the nuke. As we do see Eaton being over-penetrated by the plasma beam. Nasty door snipe. Alex over-penetrating Eaton and then getting door sniped in a response as Helicopter's plasma beam reveals itself in all of its glory. So that's going to immediately change the momentum of this match. Where it was
the outcome was not really easy to predict, now it's a clear advantage for Monkey Air Force.
Yes. As it stood, Baguette Munchers, like, on paper, were in a better position, but Monkey Air Force were kind of outplaying them just with the nukes and the just map control, using snipers and machine gunners to control enough of the map to consistently land the nukes in a way that kind of evened out the mathematical on-paper advantage that Baguette Munchers had. But now Monkey Air Force is just ahead on paper as well, which is not a good position to be in for Baguette Munchers, but obviously there's still a nuke in play, and while it is being consistently shut down, it is still capable of dealing substantial damage. Remember that Alex up on the red team still has a fire beam, so Team Monkey Air Force is hardly won it. It's just the momentum is in their favor, and it's not getting better for Team Baguette Munchers here. Is that a second plasma? No, that's a third fire beam for Helicopter here. As the sniper were actually going pretty well. It's pretty active, and the snipers are doing some good damage. Team Baguette Munchers replying. Oh, a beautiful nuke. Firework manages to instantly wipe out Eaton's nuke, almost dealing damage to themselves, as well as landing a nuke of their own, knocking Eaton down to 59%. That's a lot of damage. Taking out mostly supporting a structure, Eaton's fort is fine for the moment. They still have their turbines. It was basically the sniper nest and a little bit of anti-air that fell from that. So nothing super critical, but a beautiful hit. It's gonna give Firework an opportunity to do it again, giving them a bit of an advantage in terms of timing. Firework doesn't make it this time, as once again, no, a beautiful manual anti-air defense out of Firework, and Eaton's nuke is shut down. Not even the swarm missiles making it across. That's good.
Yeah, the minigun action is really going good.
It is. It's better than we typically see it. Miniguns with their restrictive firing angle were quite difficult to use for anti-air, and given they don't have any kind of auto-firing and such a long delay between activation, they're kind of unwieldy as anti-air, but if you can get them to work, they work pretty well, as we see a good example of it here. Minigun, not... Oh...
Another jaw snipe. Ooh.
Those door snipes out of helicopter. I mean, helicopter known for those wonderful plasma beam shots, and they're making those shots happen here pretty well.
Alex is being suppressed from existence.
Yes. It's not the world you want to live in if you're Alex right here. We're Team Baguette Munchers. I think the Baguette Munchers are getting their own baguettes munched.
Oh, wow.
Nuke goes drunk and deals massive damage, Eaton taking a hefty hit in the front of their base. Not only losing a substantial amount of metal and their frontal defenses, but just shy of all of their anti-air. That was a disgusting nuke hit. Look at that, the fire beam plasma beam combo burning through Alex's defenses. Losing yet another set of anti-air in the process.
Removing his last heavy weaponry as well.
Yes. It's not a fun day to be Alex, as those lasers from helicopter have just picked them apart shot by shot. Eaton taking another nuke hit. Fire beam, plasma beam. Empowered plasma cuts almost all the way to the core. If they had gotten through a single more set of bracings, that would have been catastrophic secondary explosions everywhere.
That is a well-paid gunner.
It is. You don't often see a gunner that's been paid that well. And you hate to see it if you're launching the nuke against it. Oh! You know, actually that didn't do as much damage as I expected it to. Detonated a bit far out. Okay. Well, momentum has been in the favor of Monkey Air Force for some time, and we're seeing the effects of that as Baguette Munchers have just been worn down slowly. Again, the nuke, not making it. This is one of the things I was talking about when I mentioned in the last round, the inconsistency of this strategy, as it all but relies on the nuke landing to get that game-ending damage. And while we have seen Helicopter do a great job of whittling down their opponent using the fire beam plasma beam combo, it's just one player going fire beam plasma beam that's doing the most amount of chipping away at the opponents. And fire beam plasma beam just doesn't have that same chip damage effect that you get out of even standard cannons. Mind you, Eaton has been landing more nukes than I would have expected in this situation. Firework down to 41% due to, well, nuclear fire.
Oh.
Oh, ho, ho.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Just as I was saying it, that's the combo they've been trying to land this entire game for the past 50. It took them 16.5 minutes to do it, but Baguette Munchers finally managed to get that one shot off. The nuke lands, the empowered plasma lands, and Eaton falls. That was a lot of damage all at one place. So that's actually going to put Helicopter into a rough position here. Eaton was a substantial amount of the anti-air, which should not be a surprise given their position as the forwardmost of the base. They were also kind of reliant on Eaton's nuke to break open and soften up the defenses so that Helicopter could follow through with the empowered plasma. as Baguette Munchers and Monkey Air Force using the same strategy. Now they're just kind of missing half that strategy. Mind you, Helicopter's got a lot of heavy weapons, and these heavy weapons deal a lot of damage. The problem Helicopter's going to face is, as you guys may have heard, Baguette Munchers just started energy shield spam. Oh.
This is not looking good.
This is not what you want your base to look like. Everything is on fire, and there's the plasma follow-up. Could have gone anywhere and broken anything at this point, because everything is just burning. Oh, is that it? Oh my god, I thought the fire beams, he got so lucky there. The fire beams bounced instead of detonating on the core. Helicopter down to 4% and letting it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for round 2. Monkey Air Force burns the ground under the pressure of a beautifully executed combo, as Team Baguette Munchers take us to round 3.
Very good.
That's a lot of damage. Alright, well, that got exciting. That was a pretty interesting match. That went from starting out where Baguette Munchers got an early lead to Monkey Air Force slowly clawing it back. And then, just out of nowhere, Team Baguette Munchers get their perfect combo, as we see right here. Look at that. Eaton going from having a full, beautiful defense to an empowered Warthog laser beam over-penetrating the base and wiping out Eaton entirely. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, you can see here the moment Helicopter gives up. They're saying, oh, I can survive this. I've still got all my weapons too. Nope. It's all gone. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Well, that escalated quickly.
That was satisfying.
That was very satisfying. That's one of those shots that you'll love to see, because it goes from here's a full base to everything is gone in a single volley.
Yeah, it's a definitive 1-2 punch, right?
Yes. And that's the joy of it. It's a very good strategy. I mean, that tactic with the nuke into the fire beam plasma beam combo, it's popular. We've seen it since the dawn of the nuke and the fire beam and the plasma beam. It's just like it's not new. It's good. It works. It's just a little inconsistent, as we've seen so far. It takes a long time to try to get everything lined up properly. It's this careful alternating between the players, where one player has to land the nuke, but has to land the nuke off the assistance of the second player, and then the second player's damage relies almost entirely on the first player landing it. So it's this synergist back and forth, and it's quite difficult to make it happen. But, you know, it does happen. And it does a lot of damage when it happens. It's interesting to see, because the fire beam plasma beam combo, as you guys know, is very strong 1v1s or just any kind of rush game, because the fire beam plasma beam combo on its own is just strong. It's great for picking out individual weapons or slowly dismantling the opponent's weapons, which is what we saw pretty much the entirety of that game out of Monkey Air Force, specifically Helicopter, just picking apart Firework for the most part. Alex for the most part. So that was pretty intense, but still, they were never able to do the proper landing combo with the nuke into the fire beam plasma beam, just because of issues, mostly due to the early knockout of their plasma. It is a very, very good time all around. But that does bring us over to match 3. We're going to get a full 3 rounds out of this.
Yes, that is good. More matches
Yes,
is
this
always
makes
good.
me happy. This makes me very happy. Now I do wonder, because Eaton has a habit of going especially hard in round 3. But round 1, he's just like, okay, we'll do whatever. And if he wins round 1, he tends to do a fun strategy because he can. And then round 3, if that happens, tends to just the kitten mittens come off and the real damage comes out. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna go with here.
Funnily enough, in the pick and ban thread that is available to both teams, Ethan has already spoiled what commander he will use.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not gonna tell, but it's funny that he would taunt by giving the opponents the commander.
That is interesting. Not a very Eaton thing to do. But it is. I'm not sure if that's a very Eaton thing to do. He does tend to be quite confident at times, but
I mean, he
does.
is Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he's won all these matches. He wins not by cheeky, sneaky strategies. He wins by just being better. So that's a thing. If he's revealing his commander choice, that probably means he's got an exceptionally refined strategy, and now I just want to see it even more. Oh my.
Yes, I am also terrible at spelling.
Alright, so it looks like we're just about ready to go as we get set to move into the next round. The final round in this best of 3. The players are ready, the match is made. Time's up, let's do this. And it's a pinch fist mirror match. Alright, well that explains why. No need to hide your commander choice when you're playing pinch fists, because everyone knows. It is very obvious, because your base looks like a skeleton because it's a skeleton.
Yes, 20 seconds in, and all players have 3 turbines, which is only used in pinch fist rushes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well now we've had that mystery solved. So that makes sense. Okay, and it's a mirror match, so it's going to be the same strategy more or less. Although Pitchfist does have a bit of variation now that what that looks like. This is a match where we look out for buzzsaws, because every player here is known to be vulnerable to buzzsaws because they get stupid levels of greedy and their base collapse. We already see Helicopter in the top left corner there, selling off enough metal that it's every player. Every player here
Yes,
is sold
every
off enough metal
single
to leave their core exposed to direct fire. Any player with a buzzsaw right now could eliminate any other player. That's what's happening, and we see buzzsaws being placed by both players in Team Monkey Air Force.
But none of Team 2.
Oh no, Alex is so deep into it. Alex is so deeply vulnerable right now. Oh no. Okay, he's
He's
starting to
fixing
fix it. He's fixing it. But Firework and Alex are still vulnerable. Alex is technically vulnerable, but
Yeah,
not
Firework he's not. Right
Firework,
now, he...
no, Firework is. Firework is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Because
vulnerable.
Firework still has
yes.
that,
Yes.
like, easily vulnerable. This could be a knockout. Oh no, it's being selected. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You aimed at the wrong spot. Helicopter, no. Oh, but Eaton found it. Eaton missed. Oh, he missed. Oh, that was so close to lethal. Like, he half got it. He broke one strut, but didn't break the stability tech. Okay. Oh, that was so close. Firework was just a pixel from death. That was incredibly close here. Holy smokes. Okay. Well, that got scary. I don't know what to do about that with this information now. The hype has passed. Team 2 survived. Helicopter's still vulnerable to buzzsaw. Did he land that shot? He did land the shot. Okay.
Yes. It's just not
Alex
lethal.
survived. Yeah, it's just not lethal. Potentially lethal depending on how Alex's base happens to be distributed, but
Yeah, it looks like the stability tech is just enough to...
yeah, just barely.
Yeah. It's a gamble.
Okay. So that stage of the game has passed. Helicopter never actually defended against buzzsaws. He just never got punished for it. We do see Firebeam, Plaza Beam out of Helicopter. We've got Howitzer out of Eaton. Likely to see a standard cannon behind it. On the other side, we've got Cannon Tech out of Firework, but no cannons. I'm sorry, we've got Howitzer out of Firework as well, and then Firebeam, Plaza Beam out of Alex. So we're seeing a perfect mirror of the strategies across the board. Only difference is that Team Monkey Air Force is categorically ahead by a few seconds, which is not very far ahead, but ahead nonetheless.
And it's still impressive because of like the buzzsaws they had invested in, but
Yes. Well, they invested in buzzsaws, but the other team invested in extra defenses earlier.
of course, yes.
So I'm not quite sure how that math pans out, but it seems to have panned out a few seconds ahead in Monkey Air Force's favor, which is not unsurprising, as we do see the fire beam fired first at a helicopter. That's going to ignite Alex's weapons up here. If that fire beam can land a second time and deal damage to those weapons under construction, they may be able to snipe them out, which I think won't happen.
I think it has too much distance in wood right now.
Yeah, I think so.
However,
Right.
this
Oh, that'll do it. Yep.
genius shot right there.
Yep. That is the difference between being a few seconds ahead of your opponent, as the howitzer similarly fires. Now, mind you, this is supposed to be followed up by the fire beam plaza beam. I say supposed to, and I put air quotes on those, because obviously the fire beam plaza beam did devastating damage on its own. So we'll get to see focus fire. Yeah, there it is. So we'll see. There's the follow-up. So we'll get to
That
see.
shot was so perfect.
That
Yeah.
was truly a perfect shot. Both going... Those are tiny doors too. Like, those are one grid space doors. Like, minimum size doors. And both energy weapons landed splash down to it.
Yeah, I could not make that shot at all.
Yeah, that is a very difficult shot to make. I need to stress that enough. I think at this point, Monkey Air Force, or at least helicopter, should probably delay firing their fire beam plaza beam, just so they can time it with the howitzer. They're not delaying. I'm gonna say, especially given that you had that shot so perfectly lined up. I mean, you don't even need to re-aim the thing. But looks like they're trying to aim for the foundations, which, you know, fair enough. Howitzer taken out of the sky. Howitzer not taken out of the sky. Eaton taking it to the face. Doesn't take critical damage. Cutting pretty deep, but a fire beam plaza beam alone does not pen the defenses. Fire beam igniting most things in Alex's base, which is a good start, but not enough to deal critical damage. As the snipers from helicopter, once again dealing psychic damage. There's the shot. Alright, so this is what lethal looks like. If you can make the follow-up. Do you not have the energy to fire? Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't cooled down, he fired it too early. They didn't have it timed properly. But man, imagine if they had that timed properly. The battery had already taken direct laser fire damage. If they had lined that up, that would have been potentially, very likely, lethal damage.
Maybe this one.
No, the plasma beam's not going to be enough cooldown yet.
I'm
Or will
pretty
it?
sure
It will.
Yes, because the
There it is.
reload times are the same. How it takes
it
longer
is.
to reload.
Well, not quite lethal, so I was definitely wrong in the previous assumption. But that's still massive damage, like full penetration of the defenses. God. You just look around and see the snipers just taking things out, left to right, up and down. It's just so much damage. This helicopter going up to a third fire beam. A 20 mil coming out of firework. I saw
Or
this in
TNT
production a
era, I
while
guess?
back and I didn't mention it. I think so, that or just some desperation because affording a cannon while surviving this kind of damage is a little bit difficult to do. A 20 mil isn't the worst kind of follow-up, especially given that it's anti-air. Like if you want to land your howitzer, just splash the 20 mil across the opponent's base first, that works pretty well. Howitzer lands, fire beam follow-up. Oh, fireworks base is cracking. Like in half.
Oh,
It gets door sniped so quick. Poor Alex getting bullied.
each time, yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. Alright, so Team 1 is just being extra oppressive with the snipers. This just feels like they're trying a little extra hard. It's like, hey, we're having a good time the previous 2 rounds. Now we're gonna just be active with our snipers 100% of the time. And not just one sniper, like it's multiple snipers. This is like caffeine infused, sit up in your chair levels of sniper activity. And the difference is showing.
Yeah, they don't drink coffee, they eat coffee.
Oh, the cannon follow-up. Going all the way to the core, leaving the core exposed, but not dealing critical damage. And plasma beam follow-up, maybe? Not, oh no, it wasn't on cooldown. It wasn't off cooldown. Helicopter getting greedy with their weapons. They've officially placed a plasma beam directly in front of the core. That's risky, to say the least.
Howitzer defense.
Yeah.
And there it
There
is.
it goes.
Death by laser fire. Baguette Munches loses a player to condensed plasma fire. Alright, well, Alex has reclaimed the burning husk of their teammates. Eaton once again whiffing the buzzsaw shot. I think it won't matter here so much as Alex is about to get pummeled by several flavors of weaponry. There's that shot they were looking to make. Disconnecting Alex is from the lower extension. Alex does have a plasma. So Baguette Munchers can do some door sniping here and start to pull this match back. The question is, can they manage to do it without getting door sniped in the process? Which, so far, prospect of that's been pretty low. Like, statistically, not in their favor. I'm sorry, that's a lot of fire beam coverage. Helicopter. He's like, I know you have a weapon there. I want it. I don't care if you open the door or not. I'm going to get it. Helicopter just being so... How perfectly aimed those lasers are. Just constantly hitting the front of that door. Alex cannot open even for a second, let alone a full firing sequence. The man is launching the snipers into machine gun positions before the machine guns are placed. Look at look at that. He's sitting there waiting for him. The instant the door opens, multiple plasma beams just go in. That's like, what are you doing? This is why lasers are so devastatingly effective. They're so incredibly good at door sniping. Your opponent is not allowed weapons if you're good with them. You can't have they can't have weapons.
It's like Ethan doesn't know what to do with his metal, and he's doing metal spam.
I mean, I don't blame him. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Ethan hasn't got an upgrade center yet. This is usually one of the earlier things he does. Oh, there's the howitzer. Where's the plasma? There it is. And cannon gets it. Oh boy. That's a lot of damage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Monkey Air Force, in a particularly dominating performance, manages to win this round. And with the round, they win the match, taking them to victory with a 2-1 lead in this best of 3. Very, very well done. That got exciting. That got exciting and particularly one-sided, I would say, in this match.
Yeah, they are a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure.
Yeah. You know, I don't want to say I called it, but the moment I saw them go into round 3 with Eaton, I was like, you know,
yeah,
Eaton likes to try super hard in the third round. Oh boy, did he try! The difference was massive. This sniping was just disgustingly on point, constantly. So that was intense. I like at the end there. The base got hit with recoil so hard that it just nearly crunched in half. The way the cannon... my favorite is when cannons overpenetrate a core kill. As in, it goes to the core, detonates, and comes out the other side of the fort.
Yeah, just keeps going. Got more damage to do.
Yes. It's like, my job is not finished here. I'm just finished with you. I have more to destroy.
Have we seen a single cannon take out 2 bases?
That is a very good question.
If they were lined up horizontally,
I don't think we've seen that in the Forts Pro League. I know I've seen that in just random streams. Like when we do community matches, especially those wacky maps. It'll be like a boat map, and someone's core gets taken out and just overpens and it hits, dealing either massive damage or game ending with the rest of the cannon shell. But I don't think I've seen that in the Forts Pro League.
It would be cool.
Recently. Alrighty then. So we're getting ourselves set up for the next round here. Next up will be, I believe it's Team Skill Gap versus Team Door Snip. Team Door Snip was the culprits of yesterday's madness. And get to see how they handle things this time around.
Yeah,
I appreciate their interest in.
I was just going to say that's Tar.
strategies.
That's Tar and Jim in Door Snip.
Yes.
And Skill Gap is Klaus and Ericsson, I assume, unless they're using a sub.
Yes, I think they are using the name I Am Myself. But yes.
Okay. Oh yes. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing here.
All right. So I believe we'll be going to a quick break here as we get set up for the next match. And then we'll be jumping into the action when we return. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're just about ready to jump into the next matchup here between Skill Gap and Doorsnip, as the quarterfinals of the playoffs of the Forts Pro League are starting it right back up. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed your break, gotten your snacks, gotten your drinks. I know I have. Gotten myself a nice, fresh, hot, still steeping, actually, pot of tea here. It's going to be sweet, tasty, and delicious. Not so sweet, I don't like putting sugar in it or anything. But tasty and delicious nonetheless. As we're just about ready to jump into this next round. Looks like it will be... So, Tar... This mad lad. If you guys remember from yesterday's video, Team Doorsnip is the culprit of the hour-long match. That was the madness of yesterday's match. So we'll see if they get up to any nonsense this time around. I, for one, am super curious about that. We know Tar regularly joins us during our Community Forts games, which is awesome. And I can't wait to see what kind of madness happens up on this one. So, we got a couple minutes here before we actually start out, before we get everything together, and start the action. But I am curious as to which you guys. All right, this is where we start the next poll. I want to hear from you guys in chat. What is your prediction? Which team wins this one? Do it. Alright. So will Skill Gap be winning this? Or Team Doorsnip? We have the vetoes on screen right now, so you guys can see what has been picked, what has been banned. You see Pinch Fist and Overdrive has been banned. We got some pretty similar commander choices out of both. The choice of Shotgunaut and Balls has been picked again. Are they gonna do this again? Is this?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Like, why would you purposefully pick Shotgunaut and Balls if you're not gonna do the ball swing?
I mean, while I do love hour-long matches, I do hope they will be able to, like, sort this out fast.
I am convinced that the only reason that match was an hour long is because they wanted it to be an hour long and for no other reason. Like, when someone does the ball swing, like, the ball swing isn't that effective of a strategy. It's still a core swing that slows you down substantially, and the solution to that is just destroy the outsides. You can't just do a core snipe anymore. You just have to whittle them down. So you do full focus on attrition gameplay. And for a map like Balls, where your mines are in front of everything, that's super easy to do. Like, you don't go shooting for the core. You don't do what they did last time, which is just constantly hit the center ball where there's literally nothing there to hit. You wipe out the mines, and then you laugh and wave as you watch them slowly burn to the ground because they don't have the money to repair themselves. Like, that's... I really hope that they actually do that this time, and hope it doesn't end up in a situation where they both attrition themselves to a stalemate, because that can happen sometimes too. But yeah, we do see Shakana and Architect both picked for both teams. The difference comes between Eagle Eye and Firebird, which are not particularly common picks, especially Firebird. I think statistically Firebird nowadays is getting picked more than Eagle Eye, right? I forget. Let me check the stats again.
You have the stats. You can just pull them up.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Stats are... I don't have them open, but I can fix that. I can open them.
Firebird has been picked like about 30% of the time.
Okay, yeah, no, so Eagle Eye is still picked more than
Yes.
Firebird. Okay, so I was not...
About twice as much.
Yeah. I was gonna say, that's what I recall. Because Eagle Eye is... ever since its rework with the double shot weapons has been quite the good. Just for
Very
the
good,
ability
yeah.
to burst damage, it makes for another. It makes for another. It makes for another threat that you don't typically expect, especially out of lasers, because lasers rely so heavily on precision. The ability to use the first shot as aim and second shot as damage is incredibly effective. Especially if you actually land the first shot for damage. It just does an incredible amount of work that you would not expect.
Cool. We must be pretty close to being ready, eh?
Yep.
All right. Interestingly enough, on the prediction vote, y'all thinking Doorsnip is way ahead.
I mean, they are the veterans.
They are, but more interestingly, Doorsnip is ahead by they're twice the amount of voting over skill gap compared to last vote, where Eaton's team was barely ahead at the lead.
Interesting.
That's the
I
interesting
mean, skill
part.
gap has been very impressive in their games
They have.
in the season. Let me actually check the challenger mode stats. I think skill gap has won all their matches.
100% win rate.
Yes.
And y'all counting them out? Oh, this is gonna be an interesting match.
They have beaten the Baguette Munchers in their group in the number of games won.
Interesting. All right, well, you guys will get to see if you are correct or not, because we're going into this next match starting up right now. And we're off. This map is
just as
always
planned.
a mess for just as planned. Yeah, could have seen this one coming. We're off to a mirror match. It is balls and it is shotgun off for both teams here. This is going to make for, well, I can only assume it's going to be ball swing all over again, because
Yeah, please
why
your bets.
else?
How many core swings?
Yeah, how many core swings are we going to see on this map
I bet
here?
4.
The question, another follow-up question: how many successful core swings are we going to see?
So yeah, that's what I was going to ask next.
I bet 3.
Bet 3. At least one's going down. Yeah, we already see Tar and Jim getting prepared for the core swing here. I don't know if the other two are actually preparing for a core swing or not. I don't think Team Skill Gap is preparing for a core swing. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, yes, they are. Okay, never mind. So we are. I think we are going to see 4 attempted core swings. There's
Whoa,
1,
there they
2,
go.
3.
Oh,
There's
the
2
sync is
successful,
insane.
3 successful. All right, Jim, you're the
Wow.
only one left who's got a core swing.
Oh, the sync was awesome.
Oh, that was perfect.
Oh, my
And
God, no.
oh, he doesn't make it. Uh-oh.
My bets
so-
were correct.
This is a rough
Oh, my
position to
God.
be in. It is incredibly difficult to recover this. You can't. Oh no! And Jim forgot to put their barrel down. Uh-oh. So Jim's just kind of out of money, way behind, and dangling in the middle of nowhere. Jim is 1 buzzsaw away from defeat here, and Jim is not safe. They've got to secure their core, and they've got a few seconds to do so. There it is. Jim, still not safe, but at least better off than they were a moment ago. I would
Yeah,
be
Tar
super
basically-
tempted to continue trying to course wing all the way behind. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bye,
There we
cruel
go.
world. Okay, well, no, we missed.
Yep.
Tar is once again left all alone. Unfortunately for Tar, there's a how do I put this? Fully intact and not operational base, which is supposed to be operational due to a mistake off of Jim not putting the barrel down the right time. So that's a thing. So it is now a 2 versus 1, and at the moment Tar is at a distinct disadvantage. And I wonder how this is going to play out. So last time we've seen this situation, Tar almost won by virtue of being good at the video game. We'll see if they manage to redo that. I am honestly hoping that Tar does not survive. Not because I don't want to root for the underdog in this situation, but because that requires Tar's survival at this point is probably at the mercy of Team Skill Gap here, and I'm truly hoping that Skill Gap is willing to come things out and end the game rapidly, which they are at least partially showing off with their constant sniping. But yes, Tar's pretty much priority 1 needs to be reconnecting to Jim's once base and immediately putting a barrel down somewhere, anywhere. There it is. And just like that, Tar now has access to every ball in the game, which is a good position to be in. Oh, I mean,
Well,
a better
not the top
position
one.
to be in than previously.
Definitely will increase his APM.
Oh, absolutely. At least he'll need to. But you can see the difference in, well, game state here. On the left-hand side, Team Skill Gap has mines in every available position compared to Doorsnip, or should I just say Team Tar at this point, who doesn't. Though Tar is working on getting additional mines, but as you can see, every single mine they have is exposed to direct fire weapons, which I assume Team Skill Gap will be taking advantage of.
Yeah, I must say that Skill Gap isn't missing targets right now. They have many to choose from.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss. You fire anywhere, you're going to hit them. We do see mortars coming out, as well as swarm missiles. I see heavy weapons tech, but I don't see... Okay, there they are. We do see fire beams coming out in the upper base over here. I want to say that is a beautiful core swing out of Tar. Like, that is... I think that's the deepest behind I've ever seen a core swing here. Like, there is no direct line of sight from anywhere from a straightforward position. That is a beautiful core swing out of Tar. The snipers. They come for you. The mine's taking hits, but it's not enough. Every single wind turbine shut down. That's gross. That's what it is. New clans, no substantial damage dealt, actually. I would love to see some plasma beams, as plasmas can actually wipe out mines. With mines going away, so too does Tar's ability to do much of anything. We do see some mortars being placed down here for Tar. Wonderful position, by the way. I like those mortar position. It's a good mortar position. Miniguns looking like they're aiming at not only the ends here, but also the mines, which makes me happy to see. Miniguns splashing everywhere, looking to get damage done where they can.
And the fire beams are now online. And with Shotgunners active can become plasma flare beams.
And that makes me very happy. I want more damage. Give me that damage. I do like the choice of miniguns here. Miniguns are incredibly vulnerable to sniping, but sniping is a little bit hard to handle when you're facing 1v2 in a map this large.
Yes,
just
the
always
resource
something.
Tar is lacking right now is APM.
Yes. There's just always something else to do, and that something else to do is just going to be more effective. Wow, those fire beams, MVP for their opponents. It is traitorous energy weapons right there. So that's a thing. Alright, so it looks like Team Skill Gap is finally built up enough so they can start dealing real damage. I still dislike the choice of them aiming directly at where Tar's core once was, and not where not anywhere else. Because that's like the only place where you don't want to be shooting. I mean, there's literally nothing there but wall. Like, what do you get a break? Target something valuable, please.
The ball is suffering emotional damage.
It is. Only thing I can think of is that they think Tar is putting weapons there, which is not a bad assumption. That's not a bad guess, but that's, as a spectator, we know that there's nothing there. So that's not. I don't know what. I'm hoping they think that there's weapons there, but there isn't actually weapons there. That would be a great place for Tar to put weapons. That's probably what they're thinking. But still, the solution here is remove the mines so that Tar cannot rebuild, and then you break the front door. And once the front door is broken, you have clean shots to do whatever you want to,
Yeah.
There it is. That's the shot we're looking for. Mines fall. One concern that Skill Gap is going to... that I have for Skill Gap is that Tar should be able to place energy shields around. The only anti-energy shield weapon available for Team Skill Gap, right? Oh!
Oh,
That was weird.
unfortunate.
Yeah, he didn't quite have... Tar did not quite have the dangle set up to prevent that. They lose access
Tar
to
just
the
lost
lower
half
wall.
of their mines.
They did.
And
Klaus
more
for
incoming.
Klaus for blue team, hunting mines, which is exactly what we want to see in order to end this game. Yeah, look at that. Look at it. Hunting them all. A little bit more energy production in order to actually finish those off. That is a...
A wall of lead.
yeah. An iron dome, a lead wall. Those are not... missiles are not getting past. They are getting sniped though. Are they gonna get it? No. Doesn't quite get it, but it's close. That's gonna be a nasty repair bill. He might get it now. One more shot. Yeah.
Yep.
Missile goes down. Alright, you've over-penetrated that. Surely you recognize that there's nothing there now. I can understand nuking that, because what else are you gonna nuke, but... no more lasers! On the other hand, Tar has managed to place energy shields in positions to defend the mines against lasers, so we need to see some tech switch, which is exactly what we do see. Unfortunately, we see 20 mils, which is not going to break energy shields. Mind you, they are playing shotgun, so those 20 mils can be upgraded to standard cannons. Yeah, I think at this point, Skill Gap just needs to get their cannon tech online so they can deal the real damage. Okay. Away we go. once again, Tar's put himself in a position where he's mostly immune to the damage. Oh, the energy shields. They've fallen. The mines, they're vulnerable. Team skill gap. Do it. You have the power. Oh, you're trying. Almost got a hit. He's aiming for those swarm missiles. Almost got it, but not quite. Very juicy targets. Looks like the sniper's gonna head out for one of them. The 20 mil actually takes out a mine. Takes out another mine.
For Tar.
Yeah. Tar has officially been whittled down. You see, this is what I was talking about earlier. Look at it. The mines, they've been cleansed. There's just shy of no more eco left for Tar, as they've just being attritioned out of the game. Tar can't really rebuild, and that gives Team Skill Gap just enough space, or should I say, as much space as they want to deal all the damage they want. And all they have to do is use those indirect fire weapons. There's the standard cannon coming out. Breaks the energy shield, leaving those upper mines vulnerable. They don't quite get the kill shot on those upper mines. But it is... I am convinced Team Skill Gap thinks that Tar has more than they actually have. As they keep aiming for positions that could house weapons. But it's really just wooden structure meant to take hits. It's... It doesn't stop. This is the damage.
Perhaps a Magna Beam would help here.
It most certainly would, and that's exactly what we see. Not quite completed yet. Actually, it's completing right now as we see a Magna Beam completing for Team 1. They can get those wraparound shots as the 20 mils from above, breaking so many mines for Tar. Well, that's just unfortunate for Tar. I'm actually kind of surprised to see we don't see a heavy investment into mortars from Team Skill Gap here. Mortars break Tar's final remaining base here, main base here, super quickly. It looks like they're going with the style. They want to go with the style points, using the Magna Beam instead. And I don't blame them. That's it's a good time. Standard cannons coming out, overpenning, but not hitting anything of import in the process. Tar down to a single, down to 2 mines, which is not many mines. And looks like, oh, the mine survived. But it's smoking. Yeah, not for long. There it goes. Tar gets up a return to sender, hoping to delay their defeat and imminent demise. A delay it shall, but not by much. Yeah, they want the style points for this, it looks like. The 20 mils arcing in from above. Tar is very much so on fire. Oh boy. You see, this is how you take out someone who's this is how you take out someone who does this strategy. Oh ho ho! And the snipe on the central expansion. It wasn't being used, but now it can't be used. Here we go again. Swing and a miss.
Oh,
A hit.
Close one.
very close.
Close but not lethal. Hitting the foundations, breaking the foundations, but not breaking the rest of the base. Tar down to +9 metal per second, which is not much metal per second. So at this point, it's just a matter of Skill Gap actually hitting their shots, which is, as you might imagine, quite difficult given the angles they have to work with here. I think, yeah, this is a concede out of Tar, as we're going to see. He's letting it happen. He's like, all right, there we go. He almost goes to the lower one. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, The quad core swing, but skill gap comes out on top. That is a beautiful game. Beautiful nonetheless. All right, so we have the meme game out of the way. Skill gap taking. You know, I say it's a meme game. It really wasn't that much of a meme game. That was actually good strategy out of all the players involved. Obviously a bit scuffed, a bit of a unforced error out of one of the teams, leading them to have a substantial disadvantage. But Team Skill Gap took advantage of their position quite well. They didn't apply a lot of pressure in the early game, which is fine, because they're literally just ahead 2-1 as they upscaled to massive bases with substantial damage output. Tar, being quite good at the game, managed to delay their defeats and punch back a little bit, but at the end of the day it was 2 versus 1 and Team Skill Gap knew how to punish, and they did. They dismantled the opponents piece by piece, wiping out their mines, their economy, and then just finished off Tar at the end there. Taking it out entirely, wiping out everything on Tar's half of the map in under 18 minutes. Very, very well played. Interesting note. This is, I think, the first match I've seen in the Force Pro League where there were 0 players eliminated by other players.
Yes, I guess. I mean, unless you count the buzzsaw shot to delete the rope at the end, but yes.
I don't know if I count that. As much as I count it as a win, it is most certainly a win and a deserved win. Tar did purposefully throw his core out there to make it to escalate to enswiften the victory.
I wonder what his intention there was with that escaping by rope with his core.
He's just looking
Was he going
make it go
to attach
faster.
to another?
It was a style concede.
Yeah, it was. it was a concede. Just you just wanted to make it go faster. A concede, but a very deserved win for their opponents. That was a beautiful match. I'm sorry. The moment I saw like all 4 of them going for the swing, it was perfect. And of course, 3 out of 4 making it. That's just how that works. Core swing's hard. It's very hard. Even in the pro league with experienced players, it's difficult to make it happen. That swing in particular is extra difficult. It's very timing based.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the standard core swings aren't timing based at all. They either work or they don't work, and you can consistently make them work. But this one you just gotta wing it. You just gotta throw it out there and hope you catch it at the right time.
I guess ping has something to do with it too, right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Although
Jim has pretty low ping.
yeah.
So no excuses.
Yes. Yeah, no excuses. Yeah, ping has something to do with it, but less so than one would expect.
Stability, I guess.
Because it's yes, and the reason for that is you catch it in the air, but you don't have to. It doesn't require precision for that, and the reason for that is you preemptively do the rope, so that you just sit there and wait for it. It's still timing based, and if you mess it up, horrible things happen to you. But you don't have to do like any quick reflex active catching. It's not like a laser beam killed your stability tech and your fort's in the process of fall, and you have to actively construct your fort as it's collapsing kind of deal. It's you sit there and you wait for it. and you just nail the timing perfectly, and you have to take into account ping, but it is not the most difficult potential thing to do. It's just, if you messed it up even by a small amount, horrible things happen to you, as you have seen. It is quite precise. As we're off to Team 2, or Round 2, in this best of 3. Skill gap versus door snip. Should I say door snip versus skill gap? Architect versus Eagle Eye. Not surprised to see this. Not surprised to see this matchup here. This is a fairly common set of commanders. They do play very differently. Team Doorsnip with the architect choice does net them an economic advantage. Very often we'll see an early upgrade sensor and a heavy investment into mines, and upgraded economy for that matter. The reason for that is the active ability for the architect commander is multiple times build speed. They get a massive build speed multiplier. This allows them to seed time and progress in the early game, and then once they start taking hits and damage, they can activate their commander ability to catch themselves up to their opponents. This means that you can spend extra time developing economy, as we see in Tar, for example, is getting an upgrade center here, and we can expect to see some upgraded mines, upgraded turbines, in place of additional weaponry and such. And then, instead of just being behind the game, being behind their opponents for the rest of the game, they're just going to activate their commander ability and catch themselves up. Use their bonus economy to get a little extra ahead as time goes on, because they'll have more economy to spend on things. This is opposed to Team Skill Gap, who's going with the Eagle Eye Commander. Eagle Eye Commander tends to play more heavy weapons rushy. Oh, rush is not the right word. The gimmick of the Eagle Eye Commander is that it enables most weapons to double shot. That is to say, they can bank multiple shots. Instead of just firing, reloading, you can reload twice and then fire twice. This allows you to use one weapon to deal 2 weapons worth of penetrative power, which is something that a lot of bases just aren't prepared to handle. You know, if you're defending your base against one cannon, you don't need to thicken your entire base against multiple cannons. And suddenly, double shot cannon overpens your defense and deals critical damage to the internal goodies. So that's something that we will be seeing here, at least I suspect we'll be seeing here. It is very often used mostly for howitzers, just because double howitzer is absolutely devastatingly effective. So that's a big thing to handle. You get snipers out of Team Skill Gap. Not much snipers out of Team Door Snip. At least not much successful sniper, at least. The EMP is being shut down. Still not surprised to see the upgrades out of Door Snip. A little more surprised to see upgrades out of Skill Gap here. Typically with Eagle Eye, you do want to go weapons first so you can start banking those shots. and actually get the heavy penetrative rounds as quickly as possible. Clow in the lower fort taking a divergence, a step aside, going on a tangent to get the upgrades and the upgraded mines, means that they're going to be quite late on weapons. You can see the comparison over here. I am myself in the top Baser team skill gap, just about finished with double fire beam plasma beam by comparison. So that's a pretty substantial difference. Team Doorsnip hasn't charged their commander ability yet, so they don't really have weapons placed, which is not a surprise given they've gone to the upgrades first. Tar does have a plasma placed, which is a little impressive, given they've already gotten maximum upgraded mines and have a chunky base in front. Fire beam, plasma beam. Touches Tar's plasma, but there's no follow-up, so it shall survive? Question mark? Sniper? Nope. Oh, fire beam.
That should be enough.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh,
A fire
hurt the
beam
core.
touching it twice, touching a constructed heavy weapon, or it's an in-progress heavy weapon. It touches it twice, it's enough to burn it to the ground. And there we see the plasma detonating, causing massive damage to Tar's base, bringing it down to 58%. That's not a world Tar wants to live in, but that will just about full charge Team Doorsnip's upgrade capability, Doorsnip's commander ability. That means that the next set of weapons they put down is, it's gonna get blasted with a massive construction speed multiplier, and suddenly Team Doorsnip's gonna have weapons. A lot of them. And that's exactly what they're hoping for. There's the commander ability active. And with it comes just shy of a fully constructed... Now it's going to be a fully constructed cannon, a fully constructed fire beam, and just shy of a fully constructed plasma. On the other hand, over here, we see skill gap in the lower base. Just starting construction of a howitzer. Placed it down at approximately the same-ish time as Doorsnip put down their weapons, but skill gap doesn't have the benefit of build speed multiplier, and therefore doesn't get it completed near instantaneously. On the other hand, I myself is banking shots. At least I don't think they've been banking shots. They're not taking advantage of that eagle eye capability.
Door sniped.
Door snipe too strong. Tar doing great work with that sniper. I think Tar took it personally that they were losing the sniper war at the beginning and said that's not going to happen anymore, and decided to remove one of Skill Gap's fire beams. Oh! Penetrating incredibly deep. I am myself's core getting touched by the fire beam. Tar once again losing the sniper duel.
I'm actually surprised at how much this penetrated.
Yeah, it was deep. I myself just didn't have a dense enough wood. Need to thicken their wood to survive that. Tar once again reconstructing the snipers to take vengeance. Interesting enough. So this is interesting to me. Clow has fully constructed 2 howitzers, as opposed to using the double shot capabilities. And while there's nothing wrong with 2 howitzers, I would think one would take advantage of the double shot howitzer before going with the second howitzer construct.
Maybe he wants quadruple shot.
I mean, I don't blame him for that. Quadruple shot's a great choice. Like, I'm a big fan of more cannon. We do see the double shot howitzer. It doesn't quite make it. Team Doorsnip a little ahead of the Team Doorsnip a little ahead of it, ahead of the curve, ready to handle that such eventuality. Interesting note that Jim didn't go for howitzers here, as they're relying on cannons, which, you know, I'm always a fan of cannons. We should see, I think we'll see double oh no, wait, they're not Eagle Eye. What am I talking about? Oh, It's exposed. Sniper? Nope. No, it's not exposed. I was wrong. Okay, so it does look like Clow over here in the lower fort is charging up for a quadruple howitzer, which is a lot of energy to use.
Yeah, he
It's
doesn't
gonna
have
be
enough
worth it.
storage for that.
No, it doesn't.
Can do 3, but not 4.
Given the timing of it, he could probably stagger it enough to make the difference. No, he can't. It's not
Well.
close.
Only 2.
Only 2. Yeah. They need way more energy production than that. I was looking, I was like, why don't you have the energy? You've got 2 energy shields. Or is it 3 energy shields? Another door snipe. I am myself getting door sniped again. Losing more HP on their core, which is painful. The snipers and the door snipes this game have been especially brutal. Haven't been any heavy penetrative shots. Like the bases themselves haven't been deformed. They haven't been blasted open. It just, they keep getting door sniped, and the secondary explosion of the door snipes is dealing critical damage to the internal everything, as both Tar and I and myself are down to below half core just because they've been door sniped so many times. So that was, it's an interesting little situation we got here. With the upgraded mines for all of the players, these standard cannons at a door snip are going to be disappointingly ineffective at breaking down skill gap spaces, as the sniper from Clow is once again bullying door snip. Poor Jim is getting sniped back to Kingdom Come, back to the Dark Age. They place a cannon down and it gets immediately blasted by a sniper. So that happened. The EMP
Twice.
is still there, yeah, twice. So that's interesting to me. I mean, EMPs tend to not live long when snipers come out, but... So here's the thing. Double shot howitzer. Oh, the EMP landed on the cannons. The howitzer, it's free to fly. And it does. And there should be another howitzer coming out in a second. You can do it. Oh, does the cannon stop it? No, but the shotgun does. Ooh, a beautifully placed energy shield. There's the bait. I think they were going for another door snipe and didn't manage to get it this time. I'm telling you, man, these lasers, they deal catastrophic door damage. Oh, that's huge. I am myself immediately getting an energy shield up. Will it be enough? Uh-oh. I have Jim taking a heavy mortar, or taking a heavy howitzer hit, and the howitzer is ready to fire again. Okay. They defend one. Oh, ho, ho. You can't take hits like that. The howitzers deal way too much damage. Cloud just needs more storage at this point. They bank up those shots. Get enough batteries to use the shots.
Yeah, he will also need to upgrade his turbines.
Yes. I mean, if you wait long enough, you don't need to upgrade the turbines. But at that point,
Yes.
it's a mistake to wait that long. And upgrading the turbines is just the better option. But either way, they need more storage. The sniping out of Team Skill Gap has been devastating. Poor Team Doorsnip is just almost relying entirely on cannons. Oh, that's it.
Oh,
Wow.
what happened?
Didn't even see that either, yeah?
It burned to critical strut burned to the ground, causing a collapse.
Oh no.
That puts Team Doorsnip. That puts Team Doorsnip in a rough position. Whoa. We have Tar with the fire beam, plasma beam, and every door snipe on this side of history. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough, as there is a lot of potential damage coming out against them here.
I mean, Cloudless will have to re-aim all of his weapon doors.
I think it's literally all of them.
Yes.
I don't think there's a single weapon on red team's lower fort which can actually hit.
Maybe this newly building howitzer.
Yeah,
That's
the currently
all.
under construction howitzer probably can, but that's a bit much to deal with. Oh, that's a harrowing task. I just have to. One of those cannons, the standard cannon, looks like it's pretty easy to adjust. Everything else is going to be a pain to adjust, to say the least. That and Cloud's base is already blinking and struggling to maintain itself. So you got to be careful, or else they're going to be falling apart here. On the other hand, I myself still has weapons and is capable of returning fire under existential threat of getting door sniped. Again. Ooh, the EMP onto the backline.
Those shots are being so huge.
Yeah. That EMP putting in some work, isn't it? Shout out to Tar using the portal mortar strat. We see that almost every time these days. But double nuke. Oh, ho, ho. Pre-fired. And the EMP. Oh, wow. That was close. Tar took a risk. Trying to hit him with the I have nukes now. Surprise. And almost got it. But Team Skill Gap saw the nukes pre-fired and had enough anti-air to shut it down. That was intense. See if they managed to get it this time. The shotgun doing a great job of clearing, but no. I myself on top of things, utilizing their plasma to keep those nukes out of the air. Oh, lots of damage. That howitzer manages to get its hit, as we have doors reconstructed for Clow, leaving the howitzers actually capable of threatening top base. Still need some more reconstruction to get the damage down. Let's see. I notice reconstructing the portal over here, at least shutting it down temporarily. Question mark? Ah, yeah, changing it to forward facing. Yeah. All right. Changing it to forward facing to. Yeah, technically won't prevent, but it will make it more difficult for the laser to deal with it. Oh, that's such a beautiful shot, taking out the howitzer and half the anti-air. Another shotgun round to that lower MG wall, and Tar will have a relatively clean shot across with the nukes. And there it is. This is going to be his best opportunity to fire once the sniper comes online. He's preemptively opening the door.
And getting sniped immediately.
Getting punished for it. That's going to give Skill Gap enough time to replenish their anti-air, as Tar just does not have enough anti-air to prevent the nukes from going through. And I mean, not the nukes, the howitzers from going through. There's so many howitzers. It's not even that many howitzers. It's just burst fire using the Eagle Eye. This man's just sniping a shutdown portal because they can. And yep, there's the penalty. Utilizing that lower portal means sniper means that a laser goes through. But wouldn't you know it, they used the laser beam, they opened the door, and Tar door sniped it again. I am myself down to 27% core. after having eaten just a disgusting amount of door snipes. It doesn't stop. This man is relentless. At this point, Tar is fighting to stay in it here. Because remember, team skill gap is up 1-0 in this best of 3. Oh, that was close. That was so close to another door snipe. If skill gap wins this, then Tar gets knocked out. Then Tar, it pretty much gets knocked out. Like they lose the playoff round here.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the world they want to live in. So Tar is fighting to keep their position here for its Pro League. And oh boy, are they fighting! Oh, we're gonna see some miniguns added in. That is a brave pick, given that skill gap has been so very active with their snipers.
And MGs.
And MGs at this point. Ooh. Burning the cannon out of the sky. Yeah, Klau's got energy shield. Look at the thickness in Klau's base here. I mean, it's not stopping. It's getting even more thick. It just keeps growing. It's like an amalgamate mass of thickness and girth. It's just, well, this is bad. And there's gonna be more where that came from. More or less in the general direction. That's so much cannon fire. Holy smokes. That's not the kind of thing you can survive. Not because you can't take the hit, but because you can't take the hit twice. You don't have the economy to take that kind of damage. You can't repair that kind of damage. It just is not gonna happen. Oof. Another howitzer hit, and there's another one coming.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, that shotgun round takes out... It misses the intended target, but does actually take out another howitzer round. Oh, the missiles go drunk, but it's not enough. They don't... There's no way they're getting across that field, not without a lot more map control out of Tar. Solid hit. I am just waiting for the moment when Cloud collapses themselves. They're not quite there yet. But there's a specific node I'm looking at that's concerning to me. If you notice Cloud's base back here, it's missing a foundation node in the middle. It's, that's what I'm concerned about. If and when that too long currently breaks, currently flashing, if it breaks, it's going to distribute its weight across, and there's just a missing foundation node, which is going to put a lot more pressure on those forelongs than it normally would, and that's potentially devastating. I don't know. It's kind of hard to gauge.
I would say no.
It's certainly unclear.
Yeah.
At least it's unclear to me. And that
is fair.
It's just concerning because it's a potential weak point, and it's not the first. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen such a thing happen. It does happen periodically. And oh yeah, all right. So that's a bad sign because that's the first time in a while where there wasn't extra ablative armor to defend against the howitzers. Which is an indicator that Tar is unable to keep up with this kind of damage, which we know that's the case. It's just a matter of how long, as Tar has officially taken direct fire damage onto their core from the howitzers, as more howitzer comes flying across the field.
And he's suffering eco problems.
A lot of eco problems, because you cannot repair that kind... You cannot repair damage of that magnitude, is what it is. As another weapon falls. Ooh, and a door snipe with the sniper. not going to damage the core, but removes a fire beam. Fire beams are kind of important to Tar right now because they shut down the anti-air, or at least they help defend the nukes, and Tar is relying almost exclusively on those nukes to deal the damage. Tar also just lost their snipers, how to reconstruct that one. So they're able to do almost instantly, courtesy of, well... Alright, they got both. Oh, fire beam, you can do it. Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Good defense.
close, but not enough. Team skill gap manages to defend it anyways, and it's just that was the best shot Tar was going to get. I cannot imagine Tar getting a better opportunity than that. Things are about to get really unpleasant for Tar, as all of skill gap's weapons are coming off cooldown. We just see the missiles disconnected there for a moment. Snipers flying across the field. Commander ability active, but to what end? Yeah,
There we go.
There it is.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Skill Gap, flawless victory, winning 2-0, 0 deaths across the match.
I thought for all of your viewers who bet twice as much on outdoor sleep.
Poor Doorsnip. Winning the prediction votes, about 60% to 30%, like 66 to 33. Skill Gap wins it flawlessly at that.
What I'll give Doorsnip is best, most literal team logo award.
Those were certainly some extraordinarily oppressive door snipes. We see the devastatingly effective. It just burns and it falls. It looks like the cannon had been damaged, and the incendiary effect just finally took hold, causing the entire weapons platform to collapse on itself. Howitzer knocks open the front door. Plasma beam penetrates. Classic. It's a classic. All right, then.
Awesome.
So congratulations to Team Skill Gap winning it 2-0 over their opponents at Doorsnip. As we get set up for the next round. Next up will be Team Greenleaf versus Team Fortified.
That is incorrect. That will be the last match. Next match is actually West Wind versus Close Cannon Support.
All right, sounds good to me. West Wind versus Close Cannon Support. All right then. So we're going to be setting that match up. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll catch up to you guys when we return. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys have gotten excited because it is Team Westwind versus Team Closed Cannon Support coming up right now. We're getting the players into the lobbies. This little troll. We're getting players into the lobbies, getting things set up as we'll be starting out momentarily. Let me know which teams you guys want to win. I want to see your predictions here in chat. Which do you think will come on top? Do you think
Is
it's Team Westwind?
Is Eaton up to some sort of tomfoolery here in the lobby?
Eaton
doing here?
Never.
He came into the lobby and just said moonshine and then left. What does that mean?
Yes.
Eaton?
He probably just wants to say that he loves moonshine for some reason.
It's a secret to winning.
Moonshine is actually pretty good, especially when you're facing against more Mimi strats, or like even if you're using Mimi strats, just the ability to EMP things shuts down portals. Portals are good for cheese and anti-cheese, so just shutting those down entirely is a nice little effect of the Moonshine Commander. Eaton just instantly derailing whatever train of thought we had. Alright. So, here's a fun one. Closed Cannon Support, one of the German teams. Benzi here. His name keeps getting shorter and shorter every time. Which is probably for the best, because it was madness before. Absolute insanity.
Because you're too afraid to pronounce diabetes in plastic nature.
I'm not too afraid to pronounce it. It's just it takes like tangible amounts of time, which is time consuming given the amount of instances I need to, speak about them. That I'm pretty certain the German community especially loves to hear me try to pronounce anything German.
Of course. Just as I love hearing you pronounce French names.
Oh yes, French names notably more difficult, to me at least.
We have weirder sounds. So yes.
That I agree with that statement. All right. Well, we don't have another agreement between the teams to do balls with Shakana. So we're not going to see that. Balls has been banned. It was the first one banned, in fact, which is not a surprise to me. We do see, and this has got to be terrifying, that Closed Cannon Support has selected Phantom. Phantom is the dirty, filthy cheese commander. It's like, if you've ever played StarCraft and wondered, will this Protoss cannon rush me? That's what Phantom is to Forts. It's the surprise rockets in your base commander, and that just comes out of left fields and right fields, and generally anywhere, because you don't know where it comes from, because that's the whole gimmick. Just suddenly rockets. And so just having Phantom on the board as an option to select is terrifying. I wonder how that's going to affect Westwind's, or at least their opponents' reactions to things. Another interesting commander is the Seep commander. Seep, quite powerful, is kind of the opposite of Phantom in that it is very much so an in-your-face, you know exactly what I'm going to do and I'm going to do it to you anyways kind of commander. Their gimmick and their only gimmick is that they go swarm missiles and then nukes, and that's it. Swarm missiles and nukes are quite powerful, so that's, you know, nice, but very, very exposed and not at all a surprise when it comes to you. I am curious to see how that's going to play out, because that does mean that close cannon support has an interesting lineup they can pick from, as they can say, hey, we're going to go either standard play with pinch fists or warthog. We can go powerful pressure, like early designated pressure with like game-ending designated pressure with seep, or just out of nowhere you can just explode with a half a dozen rockets for no reason out of Phantom, and that's just something that you got to be concerned about. As on the other hand, the variants of strategies you get out of Team Westwind aren't super wide. Firebird and Warthog and Pinch Fist all play very similarly, just slightly different flavors. Architect optionally can do a later game play with the upgraded mines into later development of weapons. That we saw a bit of that in the last match, although Architect did not come out on top. So we'll get to see which does which. I personally would love to see a Phantom play because it's different and it's horrible to have to deal with, and I love just the idea of someone having to be subjected to that.
They're
It's
in
very
the walls.
entertaining.
Yes. Very, very much so. Alright, looks like we're just about ready to go. As the teams are still arguing amongst themselves as to which commanders they're going to be selecting. As we'll be jumping into Westwind versus Close Cannon support here in just a minute. We'll be starting out on Boonies 2v2. If I recall correctly, both Westwind and Close Cannon support are German teams, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So we have a domestic fight here.
Local fight.
Playing on the German servers with a bunch of Germans. Who'd have thought?
I mean, the German scene is quite huge in force.
It is, which is not terribly surprising. That is such a stereotype. Oh no, let's go build things like bridges. That is the most German stereotype you get around here. Only thing that's missing is extra math. Alright, the players are here, the match is made, the commanders are set. Are we ready to jump into the action?
Looks like it.
Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the start of round one in this best of three. The Westwind in the blue on the left-hand side, playing as the Pinch Fist commander, will be facing off against their opponents on the right. In red, it's Team Close Cannon support. Close Cannon support playing as the Warthog commander, And we're going to see some fairly standard style play out of both teams. Pinch Fist, of course, selling off their fort just a little bit more, getting skeletalized, and we do see that giveaway triple turbine opener for Team Westwind, and giving away that they are Pinch Fists, you know, among the whole selling off of everything. Pinch Fist notorious for creating bases that get buzzsawed immediately. Interesting note that Benzine over here in the top right corner is a more skeletalized base than Malm over in the top left corner, despite Malm being more motivated to skeletalize than Benzine is. Unsurprisingly, we have Team Westwind being completely vulnerable to buzzsaws to such a degree that a single buzzsaw could eliminate either player at this point in time, although it is looking like Geiger is fixing that element of their defense. Malm not quite fixing that, but getting a buzzsaw of their own. Fortunately, it looks like at least fortunately for Team Close Cannon support, looks like no one is vulnerable to such buzzsaw madness. The strategy is revealed. We see a plasma and not a plasma. We see laser and a cannon tech coming out from each player. This will be what appears to be pretty much a perfect mirror match. It's the same strategy out of every player here. An exception of a little bit of timing on some of it. Benzine a little bit further behind their opponents. Generally Team 2 behind their opponents in terms of progress, but overall they're going for the same exact things in the same exact places. This is not at all a surprise, given that Pinch Fist is able to sacrifice much of their early game components of their base in order to get that boost ahead in speed and progress. So we expect Team Westwind, blue team, to be ahead of close cannon support here, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It's just a little bit more prominent, a little bit more obvious to see, given that they are going for the exact same loadouts and strategies around. Even down to the same placement of the howitzer in the locations. We see the howitzer located here for blue team in the lower position, as we see the exact same thing here for close cannon support. Benzine, however, has placed their lasers in a different position. We see the lasers set on firmly attached to the lower expansion. Whereas on the other side, the lasers are dangling from the upper initial spot over here from Malma. But Malma, unsurprising, ahead on the laser production. A joy of Pinch Fist. Everything comes out so much faster. You get that first shot almost for free. You know, if you survive the buzzsaw stage.
I don't like how close this plasma is to Malma's core.
Understandable. It is quite close, and when it inevitably gets door sniped, I don't know that it's going to get door sniped, but door sniping has been a running theme, and if it gets destroyed for any reason, its explosion will deal substantial damage to Malm's core. It is worth noting that the core can tank that. It will not destroy the core, it will simply damage it. It is not uncommon, as we have seen many times, that a laser will be placed near the core for the purposes of dealing, just making it easy to use. You don't have to spend extra money and time on developing an additional weapon platform, and you can just use the core. This does have the side effect of the core taking damage, a lot of damage, but it's often worth it. And that's it.
Critical hit.
Classic pinch fists. Howitzer slamming across the field at 5.5 minutes, dealing game-ending damage to their opponent. Krieg's falls. Oh, the door sniping has already begun, by the way. Malm losing 2 fire beams out of that lot. Called it. So close cannon support losing a player. Funny story. On the poll, we have 75% voting for close cannon support, coming out victorious.
Rigged.
Rigged. Chat has not been on top of the predictions this time around. So we have close cannon support. I mean, they're not out of the game. Close cannon support did suffer their own door snipes, using one of their fire beams. Commander active ability penetrates a bit deeper, actually touches the cannon, but doesn't break it. The plasma beam coming across, knocking the doors off of plasma. The sniper comes through to try to finish it off. Gets one hit, but Benzine uses a turbine to block the second sniper shot. But why are you like this? Okay. So that's interesting to see how that's going across. I wonder if Malm will go straight to the core, or will continue to try to take out that plasma. I suspect continue to try to take out that plasma while the cannons and the howitzer come online, prepared to deal core damage. Nope. Going straight for the core. Well, that's an exposed core. And the sniper's coming for it.
Yep.
That's a lot of sniper.
Yep.
Benzine down to 32% HP. That's not much HP left. Oh. Cannon from below. Takes out a door, but nothing critical. Howitzer.
Ooh.
Doesn't quite make it. I think they were trying for that door snipe, but hit the cannon position rather than the howitzer position. And there it is.
That was quick.
Yeah, very quick.
Quick and methodical, Team Westwind disassembles their opponents in round 1, going up 1-0 in this best of 3. Alrighty then. We'll be getting ourselves set up for the next match, or the next round in this best of 3. Score is currently 1-0 for Team Westwind. What was quite a clean victory here in round 1. Oh boy. I do wonder if Team Close Cannon support is going to come out with a cheesy strat just right now. Just because they can. Like, hey, we lost round 1. We're going to blow them up in round 2 here. Just surprise out of nowhere. Look how deep these lasers are going to penetrate. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Just going through that many struts of wood. That's just the strength of Fire Beam, Plasma Beam. This one, on the other hand, it hurts so much to see this. That wasn't even poorly defended. It was just the weak spot. Man even had 4 longs and some stability tech in there. It just wasn't enough. The howitzer just hit it in the perfect spot. That's all it takes. I mean, howitzers, they just deal a lot of damage. They really do. Alrighty then. It looks like we're good to go. The match is set. The players all ready. I'll be jumping into the next round momentarily. Time's up. Let's do this. West Wind versus Close Cannon Support, round 2. And we're off. Once more on Wingman. Warthog versus Pinch Fist. Now that's something that I guess I could have seen coming. The commanders have basically swapped sides here.
Well, yes. Well, they are still on the same side, different teams.
You know, you're right. The teams have swapped sides, so Close Cannon Support is now the blue team, Westwind is now the red team. But they've swapped commanders. Close Cannon Support was Warthog last time, now they're Pinch Fist. Westwind was Pinch Fist last time, now they're Warthog. So we're just seeing a complete swap of the strategies here. I do wonder if we're going to see swarm missiles this time. We're not seeing swarm missiles this time. It's Close Cannon Support is going for laser plus cannon.
Howitzer,
we are going to see swarm missiles out of Westwind here. Yes, this is, I assume, going to be howitzer out of Krieg in the blue team forwardmost base, and it's going to be nukes out of Malm in the... Wow, they're immediately selling off their workshop tech, so they're going to be stuck on nukes for some time. Which is, you know, generally how that goes. Geiger in the rear. Will they be going for laser weaponry? Question mark. I assume they're going for laser weaponry. We'll find out in a moment. Come on. Do something. There it is. And there is the laser weaponry factory tech. You'll love to see it. So we don't have particularly surprising strategies so far. Pinch Fist is just categorically ahead in speed of everything because Pinch Fist. And they are preparing... Krieg's actually isn't set up to get themselves a howitzer. Although they don't really have the money for it anyways. So we can... It may take a moment... Yeah, alright. So, I don't know what Krieg's... They put a battery where the howitzer supposed to go. But they are... Okay, so I'm gonna put the howitzer up top then. Just above the other battery, I think. So they are preparing to get a howitzer.
I'm a tiny bit surprised at Malme's choice for a target. It looks like they were going for the kill and not for anything else.
Yeah.
With
Especially with that...
It's not really...
Especially with double nuke now.
Yes.
With double nuke, obviously the damage potential is higher, but the chance of getting a shot across the field is much lower, as we've seen. Oh, well, no, Krieg's did actually manage to fit a howitzer in there. Okay. He's got the howitzer in the spot. Oh, good job there, Kriegs. You did it. I am proud of you. Similarly, there's a fire beam plasma beam combo in production for Derbenzine up in the top location. Unsurprisingly, Westwind is doing the same kind of deal. They've got a fire beam placed, and they're working on getting a plasma placed. I assume they're getting a plasma placed, because if not, you're going to rely entirely on those nukes for dealing damage, which is a decision.
I mean, there is
No,
not
it's
nearly
just
enough
it's
MG
just
area
more
right now.
it's just more fire beam. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Well, more fire beams to play. So it's going to be full fire beam spam out of Geiger and the red from the top fort. Interesting play.
It looks like the nukes are up.
The nukes are ready. Malm is ready to fire them as well. They've got the energy for it, so we're going to see double nuke launch here. Fire beam should be ready. It is indeed. Double nuke. Massive damage. Krieg's taking direct splash damage from the nukes and a little extra burn, bringing them down to 44%. Their howitzer is just shy of ready to fire. And once that howitzer comes out, it's going to be a rough day for Malm. Especially given that their Benzine has the fire beam and plasma beam ready to go. Howitzer lands uncontested, fire beam, perfect point. Plasma, how are you alive?
Stability tech,
Malm
very strong.
getting very strong. Using the stability tech to barely stay alive, but getting over-penetrated, losing a mine in the process, taking secondary explosions. Malm is not having a good day, but they are alive, and they're banking power. They will be able to launch their nukes here again momentarily. As once
They
again, the
don't
howitzer
die
flies.
first.
If they don't die first, which is... they're launching. Oh! Interrupted. Nuke failing to fire after their core is destroyed. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. You see, that's what the teams have been trying to do this whole time. Just land it clean the first time. Close cannon support, getting close and personal with these short-range howitzers and applying cannon directly to the forehead. We'll get to see how Geiger holds up this. Geiger placing a plasma beam right now. That's ambitious.
That's bold, yes.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you gonna do? You gotta at least try, but it's about to get howitzered. It is absolutely about to get howitzered. Oh boy. The howitzer looks ready to fire again. As the fire beams are just trying to go directly to Krieg's front core, which is, you know, not terribly effective. Here comes the howitzer. Fire beam, plasma beam. Oh, and catching his extension before it collapses. That 100% would have ripped Geiger off the foundations and had like a total fort collapse if that had fallen. So that was close. So at this point, it's really just a matter of Krieg's getting their weapons off cooldown, which, you know, happens automatically, and then firing again. Geiger does have that plasma that's just about to complete. Never mind, it's very dead. Is it, everything around it burns. Oh! Is it going to live? How are you alive? Holy smoke. I want to see how much HP this thing has. Show me the HP. It's only down to 25%. I was thinking it was going to be down at like 10%. Because that was a lot of fire damage. I had written that thing off already.
That's the
Geiger
power of
does
friendship.
the power of friendship. Geiger officially has a plasma beam, which takes a direct hit from a howitzer and lives. It's the plasma beam that just doesn't die is what it is at this point. Geiger very much so on fire. Are they letting it happen? No, I think they're just distracted other places for a moment. Here comes the 20.
Oops.
And there goes the plasma. It burns the ground.
Oh, there we
okay,
go.
yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Death by damage. Lots of damage. Close cannon support evens up this series, going 1-1 against their opponent's Westwind.
Cool.
You'll love to see it.
I do.
Well, we're off to an even match here. Close cannon support evening it out. So that leaves one of their commanders consumed. One of their more standardish commanders. Interesting note, Pinch Fist won both of those matches. So both teams no longer have Pinch Fist available for this next upcoming round. The way nukes just chunk. It's so much damage. Sorry, I just love the way we see the perfect synergy between the players. Just the perfect cooperative point and click.
Yep.
The team combo. It works. It works very well. Beautiful. Yeah, that was a wonderfully done match. Another almost like clinical level, just perfectly executed set of attacks from close cannon support this time around.
One of the perks of having a pro league, isn't it? Get to see some high skill and, teammates that are obviously communicating with each other and pulling off these really awesome moves and plays. It's awesome.
It really is. It makes me happy. It's so very effective. And it's just satisfying. Especially when you can see, not only when you see the combos working together. I mean, we've even seen a Magna Beam today. But not only do we see the combos working together, the size of the forts from these more experienced players, they're so good at building forts. They build these giant, massive forts. And the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And these forts fall really hard.
This is true.
There's a satisfying amount of damage being dealt to them, and a satisfying amount of crunch when they hit the ground.
The fact that people are doing core swings like in a tournament, a high-end tournament like this now, as like a valid strategy, that's pretty cool.
That's something I never expected to see happen, and
Yeah,
I'm so
me neither.
very happy that it has.
Yeah, the consistency has gone up from when we first discovered any of those.
It's gone from like 1 out of 10 to 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
All right, the players are ready. The match is made. Team Westwind versus Close Cannon Support. Round 3, the decider match, will be on Stalactites 2v2 as we're jumping into the action right now. All right, it looks like we've got a Warthog mirror match. Oh my. Well, this is going to be interesting. By interesting, I mean it's going to be a fairly standard play out of all teams involved. And it is a mirror match, so we're going to get to see plenty of similarities between them. This is A-okay. that is a little bit of a dangle over there, isn't it? Malm just getting real spindly with their base. The rear turbines just dangling off the back there. But we are going to see rear turbines out of everyone on this map, because this map enables them quite nicely, as the turbines can be hard-walled behind a thick, chunky layer of base defenses, and still operate at maximum capacity. For this map, especially the Warthog, we do expect to see howitzers out of the top two bases. The bottom bases have a bit more diversity options. Lasers are pretty common, but additional cannons are not uncommon. It will be lasers out of both teams. So we're going to see the standard play out of the most common standard style play out of everyone involved here, with the cannons, the specifically howitzers out of the top base, and the lasers out of the lower base. And fire beams work wonders in terms of getting the howitzers across. This map always devolves into lots of anti-air, especially shotguns. The relative closeness of the top two bases makes howitzers extra devastating, and so you need to develop even thicker lead wall strategies in order to prevent the howitzers from getting across. So the game this map tends to boil down to whoever gets the first howitzer shot, and therefore the howitzers are quite swift on the rush here. The two general strategies are get the howitzer out by 5 minutes and fire it before the opponents are ready and instantly end the game, or get stupid amounts of anti-air and never let the opponents ever fire their howitzer even once. That's usually how that ends up. We'll get to see which flavor each team goes for, but for the moment, we just have a particularly similar set of progression going throughout.
Looks like Westwind is having a few seconds of a head start.
It does seem so, but just a few seconds. That buzzsaw makes a difference here, as we see their Benzine here losing their weapon platform. They didn't lose the weapon itself to the buzzsaw, so it's not a critical setback, but they did lose the weapon platform, so that'll set them back a good 20 seconds, but it's not more than that, as we do see their Benzine getting the plasma placed, compared to Westwind, who's already a quarter, coming up on a third of the way done. Compare this to top
20
players.
seconds is still significant, since it's basically one free shot.
Yes. It's basically one free shot. Could have been a lot more if they had placed that weapon, but
Oh yes.
one free shot, while, as we saw in the last match, can oftentimes be the difference between winning and losing, isn't generally game-ending. Similarly, and when compared to the top bases, we see Geiger here has a howitzer and a cannon placed under construction, and their counterpart Kriegs has the howitzer but no cannon placed. Just placing a 20 mil right now, so it's slightly further behind. Comparison, the howitzer is off. I think Westwind's howitzer is faster by like 2-ish seconds, which is not many seconds.
Yeah.
So we'll get to see if they fire that first. The real question is, will the howitzers be fired instantly upon completion, and will either team have enough anti-air to handle it? Both teams are developing ablative-style howitzer defenses. So these howitzers should not be lethal even if they're instantly fired, but they should deal a lot of damage against howitzers. The answer is yes, instantly fired, and the plasma follow-up isn't enough to break the howitzer, although there is now a sniper hitting it, which I think also won't be enough.
This is pretty bad.
It is... Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay.
That was an understatement.
Yes. So that was... well, honestly, that is not uncommon to how these matches go on this map, but that was exceptionally close. Like, that was one turbine block, just one sandbag, just an APM faster would have been the difference between Krieg surviving that and not surviving that. But that is a very, very tall ask given the circumstances. So with that, the Geiger did in fact fire the howitzer immediately upon completion and found purchase. Krieg's falls, leaving close cannon support down a player in the decider match of this best of 3. The howitzer flies once again. No substantial damage dealt. It looks like Benzine is selling off their anti-air and swapping to full ablative style defenses. They're planning on face tanking every hit from the howitzer, which I mean, it is the more consistent but more expensive way of defending. This is not something they can do long term, but it is something they can do. And they're likely trying to do this because they cannot reliably defend via anti-air and map control. Oh boy. Yep. Der Benzine takes a heavy hit, getting over-penetrated. Der Benzine, for as bad as this is, isn't quite out of it yet, as we did see Der Benzine actively attempt to door snipe Geiger here and almost got it. If they had done so, it would have been just as lethal as Kriegs has experienced. They could have made a comeback here. Trying for the door snipe again, baiting out Malm, but Malm not having it. As long as Team Westwind takes it careful and doesn't get themselves door sniped here, they should be able to just bully Benzine out of it. Nope, there it is. Okay.
Really good shot. Yeah.
Decisive.
A beautiful shot. Nice and careful, clean, and excellently done. Team Westwind rips apart their opponents, and close cannon support is eliminated in this best of 3. Well done, Team Westwind. The Germans eliminating the Germans.
Very impressive.
Very, very impressive. I want to see a replay of Krieg's explosive defeat, because that was a hot mess. That was an absolute It was so close. They were so very close to surviving that, and then it just didn't work. It was so very close. But yes, the howitzers on that map are devastating. Very devastating. Alright, let's check out that replay. Get the slow motion. We see a base that looks intact, and suddenly, laser beam to the core. Yeah, the general lack of thick wood spam was the difference there. Here we see Krieg's. So this one was death by sniper.
Yep.
It was just not able to recover the doors and cover the howitzer in time. They did get the one shot off, hoping the spite shot would be enough, but not having the defense in the howitzer was too little too late. Well, there we have it. Team Westwind wins it as we get ready to move on to the next match. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to grab your snacks, grab your drinks, and get prepared for the next match. As we have, I believe it's Greenleaf versus Fortified coming up next.
Correct.
Greenleaf, I know, is one of the favorite teams here in the Forts Pro League.
I do love their strategic plays, yes.
They are quite satisfying, aren't they?
Always innovating new things.
Yes. Alright, guys, we'll be taking a quick break here, so make sure to grab your drinks, get up and stretch, don't sit down too long. I want to see you guys do your squats as we get ready to move on here. Let's catch you guys at the other end of the break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Forts Pro League quarterfinals, the Season 3 playoffs. As we're about to jump into Leaf Green versus Fortified. You know, this is one of your favorite teams here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one works out.
Same here. I noticed you said leaf green.
Green leaf. Leaf green, green leaf as the different. Yes, green leaf. I have one job. I'm totally not doing other things in the background here. Alrighty then. So this one's going to be a little bit different than the previous ones. This time, unfortunately, due to scheduling issues, the players were unable to be here live, so we'll be casting this one from replay. Which does mean we don't have any cat herding to do. So we can get into the action here real quick.
That makes me
I'm
very
looking
happy.
forward to it. Yes. Yes, very, very happy. Alright, so here are we'll go over the picks and bans real quick. We do have Shakana chosen for Team Fortified, so we could see
Shakana
some
banned,
shenanigans.
actually.
Shakana banned, you're correct. Shakana banned, so we won't see any kind of super cheese from that direction. However, they have picked Phantom, which means cheese is an option, and we have a good chance of just suddenly cheese out of nowhere. Otherwise, the other commander choices are fairly common. We see a mutual pick of Pinch Fist, very common. Another pick of Warthog for Team Green Leaf. And then each team also picked Seep, so we got a good chance of a Seep mirror match for that maximum nuclear missile. Otherwise, we're about ready to jump into this best of 3. Team Greenleaf versus Team Fortified. And I am ready to start it when we are... I'm ready to start it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to Team Greenleaf versus Team Fortified. It's Pinch Fist versus Phantom. Oh boy. So I'm not gonna say that Phantom is the hard counter to Pinch Fist. However, it's pretty darn close, and the reason for that is Phantom does their best work in the early game. The early game is where Pinch Fist is the most vulnerable, because that's when their bases are the most spindly, the most skeletalized, the most having been cannibalized for the rest of the build. So I don't know how this is going to turn out, but it's probably going to turn out to be surprise rockets, and Greenleaf is unlikely to be prepared for this unless they see it coming, which, well, frankly, Phantom specializes in making sure they don't see it coming. Now, we do see a workshop out of Fortified's forwardmost base. Ambrulo in the forwardmost base is going workshop, which means that they aren't going for rockets, which is not very typical of the standard. I'm going to say standard as if it's a standard, as if anything Phantom is standard. Not typical of Phantom and their rocket rush tactics. So we may actually not be seeing a rocket rush. It's mortar spam. Okay. It's a mortar spam flavor. We're probably going to see rockets out of Finn, mortar spam out of Ambrulo, and Vicro and Jernistian over on the other side in the red team are going to have to deal with it. We do see a mortar rush. I don't think I've ever seen a Pinch Fist mortar rush before. Remember
What did they
moments
say,
ago
Rose
when we...
Innovation?
Oh my god. This is a Pinch Fist mortar rocket rush. I've never seen this before.
Those mortar placements. That is so wicked.
Yeah, that is just weird. Like there's nothing
it.
wrong with it. There's nothing that says you can't do this. It's just weird. They've even got the early upgrade center. Like what? They're doing a better rocket rush than Phantom, which is impressive, because Phantom is the rocket rush commander. Team Greenleaf is gonna have a faster, more destructive early game rush than the Rush Cheese Commander. Like, what? You know, the best part about this is, Fortified knows this is coming. They already see it, they're prepared for it, and they're getting anti-air preemptively. So these mortars aren't gonna be instantly game ending, but man. And there's the rockets. Well, so Vicro successfully launches and lands a pair of rockets. That's going to put Ambrulo into the backseat. If you guys remember, rockets deal catastrophic damage if you get your Alpha Strike out, as Vicro seems to have done, then you need your teammate to save you. The reason is simple. The amount of damage that kind of rocket power does is extreme to the point where you cannot repair the damage before the next volley of rockets lands and hits you. So you need someone else to come in and stop the damage from hitting because you can't stop it yourself. And Brulo has officially taken core damage, knocking them down to 92%, as their teammate has enough anti-air to mitigate that kind of damage output. Let's see here. We've got... Did I hear a portal? I don't see a portal, but I could have sworn I hear a portal. We have a return to sender on Dranistian. Alright, that's a decision. Dranistian, especially in this circumstance, the return to sender is an interesting decision. And the reason for that is the return to sender stops half of your energy production from going through. And that makes... When you're being this aggressive with this many weapons, missing out on your energy expenditure is kind of difficult to justify. But it does mean that they don't have to spend... I know why they're doing it. The reason they're doing it is because they've spent a majority of the space in the front of their base on mortars, as we see here. They can't put more defenses in front of their base without hard-walling off those mortars. So that's why they got into the return to sender. It just means that they also can't fire their mortars as often. A beautiful AP sniper. Taking out the smoke launcher and igniting the top of that base. Finn being somewhat on fire. There's just so much anti-air coming out of Team Fortified here. Like, Fortified doesn't have heavy weapons tech. They were not planning on this game going this long in this kind of way. They were planning on launching their own mortars, launching their own missiles, and just breaking the enemy when they were unprepared. And they did not expect to get hit. This is... I didn't see this coming. This one just came out of left field. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like Team Greenleaf, well, this is... If you were wondering why people like Team Greenleaf, you got it. Speaking of which, what are your predictions here, chat?
Yes.
Team Greenleaf or Team Fortified?
So far, it looks like Greenleaf is being shut down, basically.
Yes. Greenleaf has been unsuccessful. I mean, aside from that heavy rocket hit, Greenleaf has been largely unsuccessful in dealing game-ending amounts of damage. They've dealt damage for sure. Fortified is not happy with their life, but they're also not under immediate threat of being destroyed. They've got a lot of anti-air on the fields. They're managing to keep things stable-ish, and they are dealing damage in return. This is just a knockdown, grind out, knife fight in a closet kind of deal. Everyone's suffering, everyone's taking hits, and no one's better off. No one's happy about it. But also, no one's particularly ahead.
It will need some escalation to change the tide.
Yes, some escalation or perhaps some lucky hits. We do have a nuke available out of Greenleaf, which is being launched right now. So there is a chance that makes it across. And where there's a chance, that had no chance to make it. That didn't even launch. It just instantly taken out. We'll say the shotgun out of Vicro has done great work here. Says the EMP doing damage to themselves. The AP sniper is getting surprising effect here. It's just, I mean, it's just constant. Mini gunners, machine gunners, being used offensively. Snipers, standard snipers and AP snipers. Another round of mortars lands onto Ambrulo. Blue team taking a couple more hits. Their defense is penned here a little bit, but nothing lethal. Nothing even particularly damaging. It's just constant action. I lack the words per minute to accurately give a play-by-play here.
That nuke
As
was insane.
It just dodged through a sky of hatred and landed directly onto Finn's base. Finn, prepared to take the nuke, was adequately defended, lost a sniper. They didn't take a whole lot of damage there, but they did take a nuke hit, which is going to cost some notable repair bill. Another round of rockets lands onto Ambrulo. If Vicro can afford to get a third rocket launcher, and reliably hit it, which is a big if, but if they could afford to get it and reliably hit it, that would be amazing. We do see, and this I like, Team Fortified is upgrading their economy. This means that while they're not transitioning to heavy weapons, they are transitioning to more economy. And if Greenleaf doesn't escalate, or doesn't upgrade to match, then they're going to eventually get outscaled. The problem with going to heavy weapons right now is that it's extremely expensive. I mean, the tech alone costs 800 metal, which is more metal than any of these players are going to see for the foreseeable future. But you know what doesn't cost 800 metal? Upgrading your mines. Your mines only cost 75 metal. They're a bit heavier on the energy cost, costing about 2,500 energy per, but you can get that kind of energy once you get your turbines up and running, and the turbines are up and running for Team Fortified. So all they have to do is get a little extra time, a little extra cash, so they can upgrade those mines. And once those mines are upgraded, they'll have the money, eventually, to get heavy weapons and transition out of it. It gives them eventuality, as they will outscale their opponents. Whereas Greenleaf, on the other hand, seems a bit stagnant. They're spending all of their eco on additional energy and defenses, and barely maintaining themselves. Just like Team Fortified, Team Greenleaf is pinned into the corner, and yeah, they're not getting those upgrades in as they wanted to. We do see an upgraded turbine out of Vicro here, so they're trying. They're just not on pace with it as Team Fortified is. Fortified is spending some of their extra cash on additional mortars. They've gone up to 6 mortars now, which is more than Team Greenleaf. So through all of this, Team Fortified is slowly pulling ahead.
I am lacking the attention span for this game.
Yes. It's everywhere. It's left to right, center, up and down. We got mortars arcing across the sky. Another round of mortars hits Ambrulo's base, just getting through the anti-air. The nuke tries to do this snake through the fire thing again, doesn't quite make it. As Ambrulo's mortars come online, Team Fortified officially up to 6 mortar launchers, and they're letting Team Greenleaf hear about it. That's just a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower coming out of Fortified now.
Mortars.
They're very good at what they do. Dranistians got a reoccurring problem here. Dranistian's upper machine gun nest is vulnerable to direct fire from the shotguns, and it keeps getting hit by shotguns. In fact, most Greenleaf's anti-airs are vulnerable to shotguns, and it's actually costing them substantial amounts of money trying to replace those machine gunners every time. They haven't replaced the machine gunners in a moment, and I think that's because they're trying to save up money. They're potentially trying to save up money for, nope, they just spent it, never mind. They spent it on extra economy. Fair enough. Another mortar land.
Fortified Fortified, how can they take advantage of their commander choice?
At this point, it's very difficult to do that. There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot they can do. Realistically, they've just been living off of their own skill and merits. The commander really doesn't help them here much. There is a world in which, and this probably won't come into play until heavy weapons. There is a world in which they develop weapons inside their base, where they're nice and safe, and then move them to the outside the base. This can let them start developing weapons before building a defended weapon nest. That way they can get the weapon down and then only use it when they actually are safe to do so, as opposed to having to put the weapon out there and give a specific target for Team Greenleaf to attack.
That would, however, require a lot of APM to pull off.
Yep.
Yes. But, I mean, we're talking about Finn and Umbrillo here. I think they got that. I think they can manage.
Yeah, I think they're a bit busy right now, but yes.
That's true. They are a little bit occupied. There is also the chance for them to the AP snipe, and it's just it doesn't stop. There's so much going on here that I can't talk about it all. It's just too much to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Vicro did get that third and fourth rocket online, but what I was going to say before I interrupted myself is that there is a chance for them to use Phantom with something like a cannon without developing a weapon platform for it. That is to say that they cloak, move the cannon from the inside to the outside, round and out there and exposed, fire the cannon, and then before the cloak wears off, remove the cannon. This is an option. We see this sometimes with Phantom. That requires even more APM, but it is something...
It is a surprise cannon.
It is a surprise cannon, and it doesn't require the expenditure of an additional weapons platform, which is a nice bonus potential. It's a nice risk where you can cheap out and not have to spend money on things. Vicro losing a bunch of turbines, that's going to slow down Vicro immensely, because rockets are a little expensive on the energy production. Similarly, Umbrillo keeps losing their turbines, though this time it's only EMP'd. As they finally got them replaced, only to get them EMP'd again. So Umbrillo's kind of slow here. I'm convinced entirely why Umbrillo's struggling to keep those motors. We do see additional batteries being placed for Umbrillo, which is an interesting decision given they have no heavy weapons tech, and therefore nothing major to spend it on, other than they probably just don't want to float. Okay. And more mortars. You'll love to see it. I know mortars are one of my favorite weapons. No horizontal mortars this time, at least no portal mortars. Machine gunner opens the door, letting the rockets in, which is an unfortunate decision on its part. Oh, we have some core damage, a little bit of splash damage, landing on Jornistia. Technically, I think it was a secondary explosion from the, no, it was a primary explosion, just the mortar got taken out in the process. That's so many mortars. Team Greenleaf needs to do something about that, or it's going to end poorly for them. Team Fortified, while starting on the back foot, has managed to outscale and, at this point, just outpace Greenleaf. It's getting bad for Team Greenleaf. Greenleaf started strong, but they're getting whittled down real quick as those mortars come seeking the core. There's more core damage.
Find it.
Vicro takes a hit. The next volley has the potential to end the game, at least end Vicro's core here. Not quite. There's a defense. That's a really bad sign. That is a really bad sign for Team Greenleaf. They were unable, that all those rockets fired and none of them made it across. That means Team Fortified has all but completely stabilized this. It is worth noting that Dranistian for Team Greenleaf has transitioned toward heavy weapons. They do have a... Oh, is that it?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it does. It just barely misses. Viker's core down to 57%. As I was saying, Dranistian has developed heavy weapons tech, specifically energy weapons. They're going for lasers. We'll see a fire beam activating here in about 20 seconds or so. That will help, but it's not particularly damaging. Fire beams will not be solving the problems that Team Greenleaf faces, because Team Greenleaf faces potential elimination of a core due to mortars. And while fire beams are pretty good at removing things, like mortars, one of them does not solve the problem.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
Buzzsaw.
Death by buzzsaw. Viker's core gets knocked out of its position, and they fall. Greenleaf, starting strong with a surprise strategy, doesn't quite manage to take it, as they are knocked out by the very same aggression they once sought against their opponents. Now, Dranistian stands alone against a sky full of mortars. They do have a fire beam, so that can help. Fire beam is pretty good at removing individual components or individual devices, things like mortars, flak, and such. Let's see if they manage to get any good shots with it. There are a couple locations where Dranistian could hit that would deal pretty solid damage, but Dranistians, well, perhaps rightly, focusing on recovering Vicro's once base, hoping to get the economy back into their, or at least less against their favor. But doing so gives Fortified plenty of time to open fire, and fire they shall. As that is a lot of damage. They just keep firing, and at this point I think Dranistian is all but given up on reclaiming that position. Team Fortified is absolutely just denying it entirely, as more mortars fly across the sky. Fortified finally has a laser of their own. Bring out the fire beam. Is that it? How are you still alive? You've lost 2 foundation nodes at this point. Nuke. 0 chance of making it across, even with the fire beam support. Fire beam penetrates the base. That's gonna do it.
Yep.
Dranistian falls. And with it, Team Fortified takes round 1 with the Phantom play. Very, very well done. So Team Fortified wins round 1 in a reversal of fate, almost. Both teams decided to open with the early aggression, but Pinchfist with the surprise early aggression, which is somehow more surprising than Fortified's early aggression, despite it all. Did not quite expect that one, but alas, there we are. Some wonderful damage on both sides, but a knockdown, drag-out fight where both teams are pulling everything apart. Like everything apart. Oh, look at those mortars flying. It just
Return.
right back from whence it came. The return to sender, the truest of its kind. Yeah, look at that. Just getting knocked out of place by the buzzsaw. It happens. Then right at the end, I think technically another buzzsaw kill, but realistically just about anything would have done it here. Yeah, there it is. Sweep the leg. Target down. Fortified wins round 1.
That was almost like an AI match in intensity and, you know, in terms of like just constant rapid fire, you know?
Yes, actually. I was just thinking about that. Alright. Give us a moment as we get set up for round 2. Greenleaf versus Fortified. Alright, I'm all set up over here. We should be jumping into the action momentarily. And we're off. Team Greenleaf versus Team Fortified. Round 2. This is... Oh, Lord have mercy. We're on another balls match. It's Warthog versus Seep. So we're gonna get to see how this one goes. We don't have any course wings, I think, being lined up here. Shakana isn't present, although Shakana is not required for the course wings, as both players are for Team Greenleaf are expanding toward the lower ball. They're getting their expansions down packed. Looks like Fortified doing the same thing. Looking like we're going to see a higher eco game as everyone's getting mines in all fields.
It will give us some time to catch our breath.
And a surprise! After that madness of the last match, it was just constant fire all over the place. Now, it's nice and slow. It's worth noting that Fortified, as the Seep commander, we could expect them to bring out some swarm missiles. Potentially a lot of swarm missiles. I imagine the ideal location... Well, ideal is a strong word, but... if they want to go hard into the swarm missiles, we will likely see swarm missiles on the lower... the central ball out of Team Fortified. As we have seen previously, we are likely to see swarm missiles out of the lowermost ball. Looks like Ambrulo building swarms directly onto their starter ball, which is a decision. We don't see that particularly often. The reason for that is the swarms have to make it past the lowermost ball in order to hit their opponents, which is difficult to do. Doesn't happen all the time. If you guys remember the previous match with the course wings, we saw the first launch of Tar's missiles slam into his own ball because they were built in the same location, just didn't quite have the tracking right. So you gotta be careful with that. That is something that will be relevant here. Alright, looks like we've got some... Yeah, alright, so far it's a pretty evenly mirrored match, as we see swarms launched. First for Ambrulo, Fortified with their Seep are getting their missiles out a little earlier than Dranistian with the from Greenleaf. Greenleaf running Warthog Commander, so we expect to see later game weapons out of them. I do expect to see, well, expect is a strong word, but I wouldn't be surprised to see swarm missiles here as well. But it looks like Finn is going for the laser support option, which is not terribly surprising. Lasers are particularly good at supporting swarm missiles and nukes of all kinds. I am a little surprised to see a lack of an upgrade center out of Ambrulo. That means that we're not going to get nukes in a timely manner. And without nukes, it's going to be a bit slow to deal real damage, especially given that Finn in the upper fort isn't going for plasma, so they're going pretty much full support. Compare this to Jornistian.
Oh no.
On the other side, we do see an upgrade center. So we will be seeing nukes at a Greenleaf here pretty quick.
And Bruo just lost a swarm to Bernistian's shot.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna slow him down even further. It happens. Brulo still has their workshop tech. They haven't sold it off, so it's merely one replace away. After last match, everything here is so very slow. It is worth noting that Greenleaf, Viker in the upper fort, the laser player, has elected to go with the plasma beam, so we will be seeing some direct fire damage coming out from Vicro. You know, this is just interesting to me, because we have Fortified, who has the Seep Commander that specializes in swarm missiles, doesn't have a nuke out and won't have a nuke out for quite some time, whereas Greenleaf has a nuke in progress and is soon to launch. And on the other side, Greenleaf also has a Fire Beam Plasma Beam combo just about to finish up, whereas Finn, for Fortified's team, only has Fire Beams. So Fortified just, at this point, has no real base destruction, has no heavy weapons, has no way of dealing substantial amounts of damage to the enemy forts. Whereas Greenleaf is about to be an absolute catastrophe to everything on Fortified side. Like, multiple flavors of it. So,
My favorite flavor, explosive.
you see? I understand that. Alright, so we've got... This is going to be another instance of combo. We'll see the Nuke Swarm Missile followed up by Plasma. No anti-air realistically for any team here. And the Plasma follow-up. We want to aim that a little bit higher.
Devastating.
Oh. Okay, so... Finn decided to try to door snipe Vicro's Plasma, and Vicro reacted, I think, by instead of targeting Embrulo and dealing potentially game-ending damage, decided instead to try to door snipe Finn. Didn't quite make it, but did get some good damage in it. Embrulo barely survived that nuke in the first place, getting knocked down to 21% just by virtue of how close it went and how deep it went to the base. So that's a little rough. A little rough for Team Fortified here. They could certainly use a little bit more fortification. Embrulo finally getting a nuke. At least a nuke in production. So we get to see some real damage output from Team Fortified here shortly. As the anti-air from Fortified is enough to start shutting down Greenleaf's aggression here. Which is a good start. A good start for Team Fortified here as they are stabilizing. And starting to get some threatening weapons on the field. Buzzsaws from Greenleaf threaten to break Fortified's defenses. Haven't managed to do so just yet. The snipers doing sniper things. That's a scary angle. Embrulo under threat of imminent laser fire. Vicro not following up with the plasma, not having the energy to do so. Another nuke flies, but another nuke deflected. Alright, so we're about to see nuke completion for Team Fortified. And with nuke completion, I expect we're going to see commander activation, and with it, very fast move speed nuke. And potentially a lot of damage on the Dronistian here. The question is, where will that nuke land? Nobody knows. Spoiler alert, nobody knows. Alright, commander activated, missiles are ready, nuke launching, Baron without swarm missile support. It lands, and it lands deep. Massive damage.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I was about to say, Jernician takes massive damage from Ambrulo's nuke, knocking him down to 57%, but in kind, Greenleaf activates their own commander ability, empowers the nukes, and wipes out Ambrulo in response. Now that's going to leave Team Fortified in a little bit of a disadvantage. Unsurprisingly, losing a player, not ideal. However, and this is big, Finn was able to reclaim Ambrulo's ball, and Ambrulo's remnant base still has basically everything that it had prior to death. It still has all of its energy production. It had, up until a moment ago, all of its mines, and still has all of its weapons. So while they've lost a player, they haven't lost firepower or economy here. At least, not most of the economy. Mind you, Greenleaf is looking to change that quite rapidly, and they're starting it off by shutting down and canceling a nuclear launch from Team Fortified here. Nuke goes drunk, slams into a barren ball, dealing 0 damage. That wasn't even an empowered laser dealing all that damage. But double plasma out of Vicro, ready to deal substantial damage. Finn getting their doors blown open and their weapons blown out. You hate to see it. Looks like Greenleaf is going straight for the kill at this point. Looking to take out Finn. He's directly punched to the face. The nuke taken out, so no great damage dealt from there. But double plasma beam nearly disconnects. Finn is getting pummeled here. Finn is getting pummeled here, something fierce. They're not able to keep up with the damage output at this point. It's looking a little tight for them. They're getting worn down. They're not out of it yet. They still have multiple fire beams. They still have multiple swarm missile launchers. One fire beam just has just fallen. And piece by piece, shot by shot, Team Fortified is being picked apart. With the fire beam still active, they're able to... I was going to say they're able to defend the nuke against the anti-air. But the nuke just crashes into the terrain, one of the side effects of being placed in that earlier, easy to construct position. And there you have it. Team Greenleaf going for the economy. The, in my opinion, most proper way of eliminating a player, on balls especially.
I mean, I feel like Vicro is a bit... Ooh. I was about to say a bit tunnel visioned, because I'm pretty sure 2 plasmas can just dig to the core.
Yeah, at this point, a fire beam double plasma does eliminate Finn, although I wouldn't be certain that Vicro knows this, given Finn's liberal use of energy shields so far.
There it goes.
There you go.
And there it goes, yeah. Straight to the core. Team Greenleaf wins this one. A pretty messy fight, but it always is where nukes are involved. Massive damage dealt to all players at some point, but Greenleaf takes it, and they remain victorious in this round. That's going to even the scores, getting us to 1-1 in this series. Well, that got exciting. 13 minutes, nice and quick. All right. Let's go ahead and check out some of those heavy nuke hits, because those are just amazing every single time. Just the chunky damage. Look at how deep it goes. Oh, it's just in there. From below, wipes out the core. You'll love to see it. And here we have laser beams. Looking for a core, and finding it. The empowered laser beams with that extra penetrative power, they go so very deep. All right. Well, that is round 2 in this best of 3, Fortified versus Greenleaf, as we're just about ready to jump into the decider of the quarterfinals. Alrighty, I am ready over here. I'm excited to see how this turns out. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 3, the decider of this best of 3. The quarterfinals to find out who moves on, or who's knocked out between Fortified and Greenleaf. And it's a mirror match. Seep on seep violence. We're going to see missiles all over this place. So I do wonder which strategy they're going to go for. So there's two methods of doing swarm missiles on this map, and it looks like Greenleaf is going to go with the portal method, where they build the swarms on top and then the portals below. This allows them to get all of their mines in place while still having access to swarm missile locations. This comes at the side effect of requiring like twice the amount of wind turbines. Energy production, yes. Which is a significant factor, and I think a factor that Team Fortified is likely looking to avoid here, as they appear to be saving mine space so that they can build the swarm missiles in place of those mines. This means that they don't have to spend nearly as much on energy production, so they can get those missiles out faster, and they can, well, fire them faster. However, it looks like we're not actually going to see swarm missiles out of Greenleaf's lower base after all. It is going to be energy weapons. So we're going to see energy weapons out of the lower base, and we're going to see... Is that man seriously sniping the... Why are you like this?
Yes.
Okay,
it's basically pixel perfect, but
yeah, that's like a
it.
pixel perfect sniper, and he's hit that shot far too many times. Vicro's not having it, and just deforms the front base slightly by a pixel to make it fixed. Anyways, as I was saying, Team Greenleaf here is getting set up with one player going fire beams, one player going swarm missiles, nukes. So we're going to see the same kind of strategy that we've seen many a time, where fire beam, plasma beam, trying to coerce the nuke onto the other side of the field, where the plasma does the final follow-up kill. Whereas on the other side, Team Fortified is going maximum missiles, and they're using the portal free method, which means they need fewer energy sources to upkeep it. They do need more than one. Definitely need more than one, as both Fryn and Imbrulo are only rocking a single turbine right now. They'll fix that soon. But the mirror match is an interesting choice here, as it looks like the action's getting started. Lots of swarms. Some good damage.
Painfully close.
I thought he had the lean going on there.
I mean, yeah, he had it.
Yeah, he kinda does.
He's already got stability tech in place, so he's fine for it. But that's not what you want your base to look like this early on. That is a bit rough. You don't want your base leaning that far forward this early on, because you want to add additional space on the front of your fort, and you can't really do that if you're leaning this far. We do have multiple nukes being upgraded for Team Fortified right now. Team Fortified much faster in the whole development of weapons thing, development of damage thing this time around, which is, you know, nice. Interesting. I'm surprised to see that they decided to aim for the foundation rather than the turbines. Usually swarm missiles are just predators of all things turbine shaped. But under these numbers, especially when you have 4 of them, they are fully capable of doing actual and real damage to the opponents. So that's something they can take advantage of. And we saw it here, where Vicro had to rely on his stability tech just to survive. Note Vicro is attempting to refix his base. You see him building this large block up here to lean his base and pull it backwards before connecting to the ground. As swarm missiles launch, Vicro having to delay his upgrade to nukes just a little bit as they had to spend even more money on defenses here. And AP Sniper out of Fortified. That's going to be obnoxious for Greenleaf to deal with. So we're about to see a fully operational nuke rush. Commander active. All nukes available. Launch is beginning. Looks like we got a bit of a stagger fire here. Launch fires, nuke lands. Finn, launch nuke. Finn, launch nuke. Finn, 20%, 15%, 10. Finn's not launching nuke, okay. No nuke from Finn.
Sadness.
I want more explosive firepower. Alright, now we've got double nuke and lots of swarm to go for it. And double impact. Vicro, massive damage.
Yeah.
Target down. Player eliminated. Vicro falls. That kind of explosives of that magnitude can't be resisted, as Ambrulo almost gets sniped. Dranistian's fire beam, plaza beam combo just barely fails to reach Ambrulo's core. If that was a Warthog empowered laser, this would have been over. At least for Ambrulo. As Dranistian now has a tough battle because they have to deal with double nuke, double swarm, and it's seep, which makes it even more difficult. And there's not enough anti-air on this field. Yeah. Nukes land. Energy weapons exposed. Core vulnerable. It's Greenleaf's letting it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here. Team Fortified in a very quick and pristine destruction, getting those missiles out and getting those missiles on target, dealing massive damage. They obliterate, detonate Team Greenleaf out of the game. Fortified wins this best of 3, 2-1, and will be moving forward into the semifinals.
Awesome.
That was amazing.
Was.
Some
And I'm glad
beautiful
that
games.
we were
very
able
well
to-
played.
Glad we were able to show their games via replay, because
Yes.
scheduling didn't work out for them, but yeah, that actually worked out quite well.
Yes, it did. You see, that's what I like about the Forts Pro League. You could actually get players to play the games when it's most convenient for them. So even if they can't be here on match day, they can still participate. It's beautiful. Fixes so
Yeah.
many cat herding problems.
It does.
All right, so
It creates a bunch of new ones, but yes.
next up, we'll be starting the semifinals bracket. Now, that won't be today. That will be starting up next week. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to check out the streams where you can find them. They'll be on Twitch and on YouTube. We have multiple languages. We got French, we got German, we got English. So make sure to be here same time next week. We'll have a countdown live for you guys to see it, as we'll be starting up the semifinals. We'll be starting out with Monkey Air Force versus Skill Gap, followed up by Fortified versus West Wind. It's gonna be a good time all around.
This time in
Absolutely.
BO5.
Yes.
Yes, best of 5.
Best of 5, so we'll have a longer game, or more games.
Yes, more games.
Which is going to be amazing. Alrighty then. We'll be wrapping it up here. And is there anything else we need to mention before signing out here?
I just want to actually take this moment to thank Anity for putting together this really cool production of our quarterfinals. Nice to see it in a slightly different way with the split screen and stuff like that, and transitions and stuff. So that was really nice. Obviously, thanks to you and Cursus for all your never-ending support in casting these. And thanks to 42 and the crew in the back end there doing the cat herding and keeping everything running smoothly.
All right, thank you. And once again, thank you to Nose, one of the best developers here, joining us live for these events. Well, that was a great time all around. I look forward to next week, same place, same time, where we do even more matches. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be signing out here, and we'll see you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.